anyone in this forsaken waste.
I think that was a dead end. Hey, SCN, how you doing, bro? I'm doing good, dude. What about yourself?
This land of the dead has no end.
Hey, Yuri, how you doing? Nice. Yeah, I'm still not sure I'm going to be playing Mist. I think Mist is coming out the same month as patch 0.3. And I'm pretty, like, wowed out at this point. I've been grinding WoW, like, hard for the last, I don't know, 20-something years. So, like, my guild's about to disband in Season of Discovery. Not disband, but I think we got, like, 3 more raids left, and then they're calling it, and then they're starting their mop prep. And I think I'm just unsubbing from WoW when that happens. I'm gonna take my first serious break from the game. I don't think I'm gonna play mop. I might, but with the timing of it happening around 0.3, it's not that I won't even have time, it's that I won't even want to. Because I can make time. I just don't want to. I like mop for arenas, but I don't know. I'm really just a classic Andy. I barely like TBC, to be honest. The game seriously takes a massive turn once you, once you hit, like, Wrath, in my opinion. And I still like Wrath. I'm not saying I don't like Wrath. Wrath is goated, but I don't know. I'm really just like a classic Andy when it comes to the field. Living Bomb OP. Yeah, it's just that, like, I think PoE has, like, 2 has just, like, completely just altered how I have to game. Especially if I end up getting into PoE 1 long term. I don't know if I will, but like a game to play every 4 months is already a lot, and then if like PoE 2 becomes a part of that cycle, or PoE 1 becomes a part of that cycle, it's just like it's a lot of gaming, you know? A lot of gaming. And then you're gonna want to play other games on the side, right? And like when you play MMOs, like you play MMOs, like eventually you get to a point where you can raid log, but like every once in a while, MMOs, especially if you want to play them at like a reasonable, like at least the way I do in speedrunning guilds and stuff. Like, I wouldn't want to raid with my guild if they were letting me half-ass, right? Because then they're letting other people half-ass. Are you combining with this Herald of Ash? Nah. Not right now. I'm gonna try out a few things. I might, like, eventually, but I've never used Raging Spirits before, so I wanted to see how it paired with the build. Herald of Ash might be good while leveling. But I think the ultimate play will be Blasphemy. I think I'm gonna run Blasphemy with Temporal Chains. That's how I'll be like using my spirit. Blasphemy, Temporal Chains, and the damage dealt one, Enfeeble. Just be like super unkillable on Smith. I do have a bunch of twink gear, as you can see. I don't have a bunch of like rings and stuff. I only got like the one sets prepared, but because Living Bomb is a skill that like it uses the weapon, I have a bunch of staffs. Just because I wanted to test how important staffs were during the leveling process. Like, can you go like several level brackets without upgrading your staff, or do you need to upgrade it like every level bracket? And I've just got a bunch of different staffs to test while leveling.
Is this place?
It's when you have excuse me, when you have a skill that's attached to a spell like a staff like this, it's hard to level it up. And then you can't like use things like Prisms of Belief for them and stuff. Like there's no Living Bomb Prism of Belief, so I plan on using the new Flame Blast, but that's like a higher level skill, so that's really more like an end game type feel, but they were just going for like a little silly Flame God theme.
Fancy seeing you.
Okay, I think I need one more, right? I mean, maybe it's this way. I guess I missed it. Yep, and now we're just in mess around mode. It's funny, I already have 3 warriors in endgame. This is my second Smith of Katava I'm leveling this patch. Actually my third, because I have a solo self-found one too, but I don't know, I felt like I would like to do this character on Smith. Titan also seemed good. Chronomancer also seemed good. But I felt like Smith would let me, like if I could get 90% res cap, be pretty beef.
The first ones cannot help me here.
Why not? But yeah, I did a Living Bomb, Frost Bomb Titan in patch 0.1. I never made a video about it because it struggled clearing Waystone 15 maps. I really like Living Bomb. It was one of my favorite leveling styles I did in the last patch. If you have Living Bomb staffs, it goes pretty quick. Yeah, I played PoE 1 for about a week and a half, I want to say. So that was longer than I expected to. I got to level 94 on an Elementalist. I don't know, I got a lot of thoughts on the game. I think it's fun. I just don't know if it's for me. A lot of people say PoE 1 is hard or it's difficult, and I don't think that's the case. What's up, Howard? This might be a take that gets me hate over time. I honestly think PoE 1 is a very easy game. And that's gonna get me hate. I don't think it is hard at all. I don't think it is difficult in any sense. I think it's got a lot to it. It's just got, like, it's maybe complex is the right word. Maybe it's just bloated, though, is the word I might use. I don't know. It felt like when I was playing the game, anything I would do would work. There was never any point where I was met with friction or something like that. Ooh, this is good damage. Look at that. And I didn't push any super pinnacle content, but the fact that I got to level 93 after not having ever played the game in a long time, like, I was expecting more walls, I was expecting more headaches, and, like, the game, I never got to that point, and I was doing a stupid build. There is a lot to learn in the game. I was overwhelmed the entire time. But I at no point thought the game was difficult. Just, it had a lot to it. And I don't know, I guess just over the years of playing Classic WoW and Dark and Darker and now PoE 2, I'm just used to games just trying to brutally beat me back. And PoE 1 doesn't do that. PoE 1 is just like, yep, everything's easy and you're just going to have this infinite mountain you climb, but it's not like a mountain, it's like a 1-inch slope, and you're just like, there's very little pushback along the way until you get, like, unless you're trying to do the dumbest build like I was and you're trying to push the hardest pinnacle content, like, the game just had no friction to me. And I don't know, I guess I just like friction in gameplay or difficulty, I don't know. But yeah, the game, there was no point the game felt hard. Anytime I was met with a challenge, I solved that challenge in like 2 minutes. Of just like changing small things. And then my damage quadrupled. Like every time. It's just like, oh, okay. I guess only for pinnacle content, you need... Also, what's up, Ben? You need to actually think about your build and stuff. It's like, yeah, only the super pinnacle content, but like... For, like, I don't know, maybe it's just because because I've learned about build making in PoE 2, that, like, it was easier for me to navigate in PoE 1, but, like, very early on, it was like, oh, okay. This build's not going to be able to push as far as I was hoping it would because of, like, it's a meme build, right? And then when I looked at other builds, like, I don't know, when I look at clips of PoE 1 builds, every build looks the exact same to me. It's the same screen clearing nonsense with just a slightly different flavor. And It's like that from level, like, 20. I think the game might just be too solved. I don't know. Because it's just so, or too balanced. Maybe it's too solved and too balanced. Like, I don't know the word for it. But, like, when I was playing the game, I just felt like a lack of a challenge. And then when I hit my ultimate wall, it wasn't like there was this slow build-up to, like, okay, I'm tapering off, I'm tapering off, I'm tapering off, I'm tapering off. It was just like, okay, the next wall is, like, I need to be doing 2 million damage. And I'm only doing half a million. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that gets solved by not doing this build or something, right? Like, it was just like a hard stop out of nowhere. I don't know, it's just a very different game. I'm not saying the game is bad. I'm looking for something different. And I know you could look at this gameplay and be like, oh, what you're doing is not difficult. I'm 2 months into the league, and I'm using a twinked out leveling character, right? Like, I bought, you know, a good leveling staff, and I've got, like, tier 4 support gems, right? You can't compare this experience to my fresh start PoE 1 experience after not having played for however many years it was. Oh yeah, it's just very different games. I don't know. I don't even consider them the same. Like, they're the same game in name alone. After my time playing it, like, they are just very different games. It's like, yeah. They appeal to different audiences. It's fun. And I will probably be playing it again. But there's no way it'll be my main game. Under what skills do I have Living Bomb? Right now I only have a 2-link in it because I'm low level. I have Overabundance and Fast Forward. Overabundance lets me get 2 Living Bombs out. And it makes them detonate faster. And then Fast Forward also makes it detonate faster. Yeah, it's easy, but it's hard to navigate. Once you know how to use PoE Ninja, which I learned from PoE 2, right? So it's not like I went in as a completely blind PoE player. I went in as a blind PoE 1, a blindish PoE 1 player. But, like, once you can navigate PoE Ninja, anytime you hit a wall with your build, you're like, okay, what skill am I using? Let me look up the skill on PoE Ninja. What links are people putting into it? Okay, these links work for my build. Let's try them out. Okay, these links aren't actually feeling that good. Let's try out these links. Like, that's, like, where I found most of the complexity was until, like, level 92, 93. It was around, like, Delve level 300 where I was like, okay, now I need to figure out, like, what's wrong with my gear. And then I did, and my damage, like, quadrupled from changing 2 pieces. It's like, oh, okay. And it was like, there's just no moments of friction. Like, you hit any moment of friction, and when you solve it, yeah, it's just a very different game. And I also just don't like the boss fights. There's a lot I do like about the game. I think the crafting is god tier. I understand why everyone hates PoE 2 crafting now. Like, holy shit, PoE 2 crafting, like, it doesn't exist when you compare it to PoE 1 crafting, right? So I get like that whole aspect of that. And the end game death is insane. Like, when I was looking into, like, I did a couple end game systems. I did Harvest, Breach, and Delve. And each one of those endgame systems has more depth to it than all of the PoE 2 endgame depth right now, right? Just like PoE 2 endgame is just the first layer of bosses, right? I love Delve, by the way. Like, I could seriously, when PoE 2 gets Delve, oh my god, I'm gonna love it, dude. I love Delve. Delve is like the ARPG grind I've always wanted. Delve is so damn good. Just this mindless, non-stop, like, deep dive. Like, oh, I love it. I'm gonna, like, whenever patch Delve gets added in, I'm going nuts. Yeah, you mean gambling? Yeah, like, I don't even engage in the crafting system in PoE 2 at all. But I was crafting the entire time I was playing PoE 1. There's not really any roguelike to it. But you do just go, it's got like infinite depth to it. You just go deeper and deeper. But there's no like roguelike elements to it where you're like picking stuff and losing them when you die and stuff. It's just kind of like just a constant, you just go deeper and deeper. Yeah, whenever I quit, I saw people were hitting like around 2,000 delve. My first, like, week of Delve, I didn't realize how important it was to go deeper, so I was just sitting around, like, 100, and I was just going horizontal. And then I think I finished around Delve 300. I did 2 of the Delve bosses. I did all of the Breach Stone bosses. I did a handful of the Whisper bosses. I did a handful of, like, the base Pinnacle content. There's a lot to the game that I freaking love, but like, all it did was made me more hyped for the future of PoE 2. Cause seeing all of what's good in PoE 1, it's like those things didn't accidentally get good. They got good over time when they were iterated on and added. So it's just like, at some point, all of those things I love about PoE 1 are going to be on PoE 2. So it just made me more hyped about playing this game, and that's why I'm already back to playing it. But yeah, the patch that Delve gets added, I'm going to be like going for as deep as I can possibly go with a Thorns build. I have a friend who's a big Blight enjoyer. I didn't try Blight. I might try it in 3.27.
You are relentless, but that makes
Oh, I have a new staff. Living Bomb goes up to... Oh, it actually went down in damage. This is why I got a bunch of different staffs. To be able to test the importance of spell damage versus skill level. Because this staff has the added damage plus more spell levels. But this staff is 1 less Living Bomb level, but it's less damage, so... Another cool thing about the Living Bomb staff is because it's like a staff skill, it costs no mana. So you can really infinitely spam it. The only thing I'm spamming mana on right now is my my Solar Orb for exposure and my Curse for fire res. And Coaling Strike finished them off.
enough tricks. They won't get away this time.
I mean, if I'm being completely honest, Ben, I would want, like, I don't want anything, like, I don't want to say I don't want anything to do with PoE 1, but, like, PoE 2 is the future for me. I only care about this game for, like, this is the, like, when I look 3 to 5 years in the future, the game I have played most over that period of time is PoE 2. PoE 1, I don't particularly, like, I wish it the best, but I don't particularly, like, whatever happens to it, you know?
Hello. Stay inside.
Okay, next staff is at 31. Don't need you anymore. So yeah, I'd rather just have like all the PoE 2 updates, you know.
My life has been a forge. I am ready.
Because yeah, when I look 2 to 3 years in the future, I see PoE 2 as the biggest, like, top 5 games on Steam, one of the biggest games on the planet type deals. Like, PoE 2 is going to be insanely massive across console, internationally, on Steam, on its stand-up. Like, it's going to have so many players, so it's just like, anytime you ask me which one for PoE versus PoE 2, PoE 2.
We must prevail, no matter what.
I will end this. Or
PoE 2, PoE 1, like, I look at it the same eyes as Classic WoW and, like, RuneScape Classic. It should exist, because, obviously, it makes, A, GGG money, which, if you're a fan of them as a, you know, consumer, you want them to make money.
heal yourself.
But, 2, you, like, obviously want the PoE 1 fans to be happy, keep playing that game. Like, as someone who still grinds Classic WoW, I would never want a game to be shut down as long as it's sustainable for that company, right? So, but this game is my future. Hey, Rusty, how you doing, bro? It's going good, man. How are things on your end?
Charge.
I think I got to put gear on there. Yeah, move speed boots. I think I actually lose damage with this amulet. I do. What do I gain though? Just max life? Fuck that. We don't play for max life. This is a campaign. We're just killing stuff. Yeah, I mean, I like PoE 2 more for sure. Again, I imagine I will always, like, maybe not always, but I will play PoE 1 again in the future, you know? Oh, I took off something that removed my Raging Spirits? What happened? Oh, I can't use the dex for it anymore. I gotta go to town real quick. Raging Spirits are a nice little beef wall. Yeah, living bombs from the staff. You have to buy Pyrophyte staffs. Which is like one of the weaknesses of living bomb is like you can only scale it so much because you have to like its gem level only comes from the staff. Oh. Like, so you can see here in my Flame God stash, like I have all these Pyrophyte staffs. It's because I wanted to test different staffs out while leveling and stuff, but in general, you are going to want, you know, a bunch of the Pyrophyte staffs, because this is the only way you can get Living Bomb. He's on Pyrophyte staffs right now. What's the theory thought behind the build? Smith of Kataba's like, they're the flame ascendancy, right? And I was just envisioning, like, if you were to take a Smith of Kataba and, like, dipped him into molten lava, and he just, like, was training in molten lava, like in a furnace, just, like, sitting there, right? And then he emerged from that furnace, this is how he would play, right? He'd just be shitting flame out everywhere. Living bombs, flame blasts. He's just, like, an infernal god. So, like, there's no, like, math like theory behind it. Like, I don't see like some one-shotting potential of tier 4 bosses. It's purely from the theme of like, if you dip this motherfucker in just like molten lava and he just baked in it for a couple weeks and just like for like nice little spa vacation and then came out and it was just like that's the theme. I also liked Flame Blast a lot in last patch. but they added it to where it had a really long cooldown. I haven't revisited it since the patch. But now Flame Blast has a cooldown.
Hold down the button for Flame Blast to prime a large
It does a lot more damage, I believe, but it's got a cooldown. So it's like also part of me wanted to revisit Flame Blast. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to do what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to change my decks. And I have done a Living Bomb build in 0.1 on a Titan. I really liked it. So it's just like me wanting to play Living Bomb again, me wanting to play Flame Blast again. It's just like a merging of ideas there. Yeah, basically, yeah, it's basically Smith with the Taco Bell. He's just a Flame Blaster. Almost forgot what I came here to do again.
How can I have changed my mind?
Yeah, I mean, that's where we're at this point in the season, right? Like, we're so deep in that, like, I've done all of the, like, I've done, like, so many Thorns builds, Reflect builds, like, Shield Chart, like, I've done all of the builds that I like, you know. Now we're in the goofy mode. Now we're in do whatever the hell we want mode. And if it doesn't clear Tier 4 Zetch, like, who cares? I've already made, like, 8 builds that have done that. This one's just like, let's see what happens. But yeah, it's more of a theme. I really like Smith the Katava too. After my last Smith, I sat like 84% res. I want to try and hit 90% all res on this guy. Like, I just want to be super tanky and just like, yeah, cast Flame Blast and Living Bomb. Living Bomb's really fun. Like, it costs 0 mana because it comes from the staff. So you, like, literally don't have to think about your mana until you get the Flame Blast. And yeah, back to PoE 1. I really did like Mercenaries. I thought Mercenaries and their execution was pretty damn good. There was obviously some balance issues with it. And I don't think I would want them one-for-one copy-pasted over to PoE 2. But I definitely like Mercenaries a lot. Mercenaries were really cool. Hey, Dreadsphere, how you doing, bro? Okay. So again, we haven't upgraded our staff since 22, so it's only level 7 Living Bomb. But we got the +3 fire spells here. We got +1 fire spells here. And then we got 100% increased spell damage here. Oh, we got the +1 spell skills from this helmet too, so another good helmet.
My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this nuisance.
The second of the
Bow for your king. I mean, it is pretty good DPS for a staff skill. That I can only scale. It's not just a staff skill. It's a staff skill that's only being supported by 2 support gems. Because weapon skills, you can't. You get support gem sockets based off of the level of the item, I think, or it's the level of you. I forget. But I think I'm limited at like 4 Link for Living Bomb unless it's a level 90 staff. So, like, this is only overabundance and fast forward, making the living bombs go off instantly. There's no, like, considered casting, controlled destruction, giving it more damage. This is just those 2 support gems, so it's, I'm pretty happy with that.
What are you doing?
I thought Rogue Exiles were supposed to be the betrayal people. Where aren't even Rogue... Wait, Rogue Exiles are just Rogue Exiles. Aren't Rogue Exiles just a thing in PoE 1 too? Where you just encounter Rogue Exiles, I'm pretty sure? You just never notice them, because they die instantly. But Rogue Exiles are not Betrayal League, that's different. But Rogue Exiles are in PoE 1. They've been in PoE 1 forever. You just never notice them. And of course I'm Smith Kataba, so, you know, just unkillable, even this early. Not even wearing a body armor. No, you will. I got a YouTube channel, dude. I'll be on the internet forever, dude. I think Culling Strike will get him soon. I have Culling Strike on my Summon Raging Spirits, so... At some point, he'll get cold. There he goes. Azala.
This is not over. Not.
It's based on your level, not the stats. And like level 90, I would get like the 5, but... Are you going with Energy Shield or HP? Probably HP since I'm Smith the Kataba. I thought about doing this on a Chronomancer, and I was going to do Energy Shield then, but I ultimately decided with Smith because I wanted to get 90% all res. Yeah, Mercs is cool. Like, it depends on how it gets implemented in PoE 2. Like, they're too damn strong in PoE 1. Like, I don't want ever a situation where your mercenary can carry your character easily in this game. Like, obviously. I don't need you anymore. Level 28 ring. You're bad. I didn't need you at all. I have a +3 Flame Blast for whenever I eventually get to that. Level 32, I get +2. Level 31, I get... What is that going to be? +2 more? So I'm about to get like 4 levels of the Living Bomb when I hit 32. Do I not have another good ring? Are these the rings I'm using for the whole campaign? Looks like. Which is fine. I'm already res cap, so I'm well over res cap. So even when I hit Cruel, I'm going to keep res cap. And that's without having the chest ascendancy, which I'm taking next. Not sure what we'll take. Because I don't need this right now. Way too early for that. Yeah, we get value, but we don't need it. Oh, I gotta go talk to, what's his name? Do the Living Bomb benefit from spell damage? Yep. Living Bomb. It is on a weapon, but it is a spell. You are getting the spell skill Living Bomb. So it's not like melee weapons where it's like an attack and you're like scaling up with that kind of stuff. It is a spell. Yep. You scale off a spell damage.
I don't know much of what.
What's Zealot's Oath? Alright, level 29.
Yes. We until
My least favorite axe. Let's see how fast we can blast it. our clear DPS is good. We're literally just walking through any area, like one-shotting anything. It's just bosses are a little bit slower, but, I mean, this is still pretty damn fast. Are you playing any MOP? I'm not sure yet. Probably not. The MOP comes out the same time a big PoE 2 patch comes out. So if, like, I do anything, I'm going to level, but I don't see me raiding. Because if I was gonna raid, I want to raid with my my good SOD guild, and they're not bums, right? They're gonna expect me to like put in an effort to get my Prebis list, and you know, put in the effort to be good at the game. And it just depends on the timing of it coming out. If I can get the character to a raid log set up right, like you know, then maybe I just coast through MOP. But the timing just seems really bad. I really loved MOP arenas, and I never actually did MOP raiding, so I would have been nice to at least maybe see what it was like, but I would say the odds are no. I might be unsubbing from WoW until Classic Plus. Like, I might be taking a WoW, like, I've been subbed to WoW for my entire life almost, since I was like 14. So, maybe it's time for a WoW break until Classic Plus. Oh, nice. That sounds interesting, all of it. Doubling. I've never used that before. That could be good. Especially on Smith. We'll see what happens when we get to endgame. I'm just like, I don't know about you. I'm just really hyped about the idea of Classic Plus. And like, that's all I want right now. I don't know about like other Classic players, but like, I have no real interest in playing TBC Classic when it comes out. I have no real interest in, like, maybe I would dip my toes in the Legion again. Especially if it had quality of life to the legendary systems, which we got, like, towards the end of the expansion, right? So I'm assuming they would put it in at the front. But, like, yeah. I really just want Classic Plus right now. Look at this load screen. What is happening?
The cynic this group needs for survival.
Haven't played in a while. Do you think I should try it now? I mean, I think so. You never know what game you're going to fall in love with. I know people who have played RuneScape for the first time in 2025 that immediately fell in love with it. So, like, you don't know until you try it, obviously. And there are many different versions that can appeal to you. It just... WoW is a lot like PoE 1, depending on the version, right? It's just like there's so much bloat to it. Like that's why, like I like to stick to the classic systems, just because there's no bloat, and it's the systems I'm familiar with. But WoW is one of the biggest games on the planet for a reason. I just won't tell her. I've never played RuneScape, but recently, I've just been like, for some reason... I like, I have a bunch of friends who are super into RuneScape. But like, if you're around my age, when WoW and RuneScape came out, and like, Guild Wars and stuff, like, you couldn't play all three of them, right? Like, you were lucky to, like, your parents let you play one of them. Because, like, back then, like, putting your credit card on the internet and stuff was, like, still, like, not normal. So you played one of those games if you played any MMO. And you played WoW if your parents had money. You played Guild Wars if your parents had money but didn't want to deal with a subscription. And then you paid RuneScape if your parents refused to give you credit card information. That's at least my experience with those communities. At least back then. But yeah, I played WoW. I played WoW. What does that do for our damage? 655, 733, nice. But, sorry, went on a little tangent there. RuneScape, I've randomly, despite having friends who played it for their entire lives, for some reason I recently just started watching, like, a bunch of, like, RuneScape lore videos. And not, like, lore about, like, the game, but like lore about like its history and stuff, like things that went on back in like the day, the community stuff. So like I've just been watching random RuneScape videos lately. But I have had friends who have just started playing it recently that are like, you know, if someone's gonna play RuneScape for the first time in 2025 and they're gonna be like, hey, it's actually pretty fun, you know, I feel like a lot of games can surprise you. Do I want to get that jewel or path this way? We're gonna path this way for now. We'll do the jewels later. Yeah, and then some people just couldn't even afford a computer with internet back then, so it was all based on your perspective. But at least from no one played all the MMOs back in my day when you were like growing up. That sounded so boomery. I'm only 35, but when I was in high school, like, it was not tribalistic because people were, like, defending their favorite games. It was tribalistic just because of, like, nobody was gaming that much back then. But now I think it's common that, like, you know, someone's playing a new game every damn day at this point. Especially with how cheap indie games are. Like if you were like only into indie games, shit. Well, I just did the weirdest circle around this place and I didn't find the venom crypts. I'm pretty happy with this damage, though. Now, this is a weird layout. Look how, like, it's all thin here and thin here. I don't think I've ever seen a layout like this. With these little paths here. And even after playing PoE 1 and how fast that game is, like, I don't feel like this, like, I still have the same complaints about how Act 3 is too big. Like, I just hate Act 3, but, like, I don't feel PoE 2 is too slow after playing PoE 1. Oh, they found the damn crypt.
Try and keep up. Don't foul me. Again. I should step carefully here.
Oh yeah, like no troll though. Like when you see a warrior in like a full int set, and like depending on the gear he's looking, they do look really sick. Like no troll. Like I'm not wearing a body armor right now because it's like a move speed loss, and I'm not using my ascendancy for the body armor yet. But like some of my caster warrior builds actually look sick in the last patch. Right. Continuing this way. We'll come here. So it's like, one, I can get these points here. This will make living bombs go off faster. I could book it for that, but I don't think I need to. I'm already getting 2 living bombs off right now, so I don't need slightly faster detonations right now. It would be a significant DPS increase for bossing, but I feel like I'll just invest in the fire. Maybe I will book it straight there. We'll see. Maybe I do book it there. We'll see how much of a difference, because right now if my mapping's fine, I don't need more fire damage from mapping. I need single targets. So maybe I just go straight for that up there. Please be it. Please be it. Oh, the fake spot. Damn you, Crips. We're probably ditching Raging Spirit soon for Blasphemy. But we'll see. The clear is super nice. I love that it's 0 mana. This is gonna be a fun video to make. I like this build. And we're not even using Flame Blast yet. Oh yeah. The good old days of playing in the field with a stick, making up your own graphics. Kids these days don't know what that's like. Go. Oops. Wrong checkpoint. All right, I am guessing here. Oh, nice. We did find it. Cool. All right. So I was thinking that I was going to take the Chest Ascendancy next, but if I force Blasphemy next, what I can do is, if I go to town, I think I'm going to force Blasphemy. I'm about to get my next Spirit Gem. I'm just Spirit Gem starved. One of the biggest I don't know how many of you are still playing PoE 2 right now, but one of the biggest changes I hope they make is how we get gems. When leveling characters, getting low rank Spirit Gems is freaking impossible. Like, I wanted to buy a level 8 spirit gem today so I could use blasphemy right at like the level I can use it. They're going for 3 divine right now. Look how many gems I have, and like none of them are spirit gems. I have a bunch up here that if I could like down rank them to rank 8s, that would be amazing, right? Like look at all the gems I have in both my tabs. But none of them are spirit gems. And it's just like, it's such a pain. It's such a pain. Okay, I wanted to try using my pariahs. Elemental special structure, stone threshold. Pariahs? I need more decks.
I have a different plan.
I need a lot more decks. Can I get enough decks? Okay. Alright, pariahs for the extra spirit, and then I'm going to want to change my pathing slightly when we're swapping to pariahs. Okay. Alright, so I'll be able to swap to Blasphemy whenever I get the next boss dead, which will give me my spirit. Oh, I forgot to put on my level 32 gear. Okay, let's see if this is a better upgrade. So, 733 Living Bomb to... Oh, I put that in the wrong spot. There we go. 733 Living Bomb to 839. Nice. So this one is a DPS upgrade. So let's compare the two. So, this is +2 Living Bomb. +2 Living Bomb levels. Spell damage is about the same. This one doesn't even have crit on it. So just off of a Living Bomb damage, like, so the added damage is extra fire damage isn't as important at this low level versus just the gem skill levels, as far as I'm telling there. That is a DPS upgrade. We'll put you back. Next upgrade is at 36. You can go back in there, get you at 32. Okay. And then we have 46 is the next one. So we got a big 10 level gap between these two upgrades. And I get a choice here to see which one ended up being better. Raw fire spell damage or the added damage. You let you buy spirit gems from the vendor, something, man. Like, there needs to be something that has to change there. Like, 3 divines for a level 8 spirit gem? Are you kidding me? They sell for more than a level 20 spirit gem. Yeah, but, like, so in Act 2, certain areas in the Keth region will drop a spirit gem 100% of the time the first time you interact with it. The problem is, it can be a level 7 spirit gem. So, sometimes it can be an 8, but sometimes it's level 7. And I don't think you can use Blasphemy with a level 7. I think Blasphemy requires level 8 spirit gem. So, yeah, it's just a bit of a headache. Yep, 3 divines for a level 8 spirit gem. I tried buying one before I went live on stream, and there was like some that were listed for 100 Exalt, but they were bait and they weren't responding. So we're just going to use Pariahs, and then I'm actually going to try leveling with the max fire res cap, and we're just going to make ourselves giga tanky. I think I did everything I wanted to do there. Alright. We need to find the Azak Bog. And then we'll swap to Blast. Oop.
Elva should know what to do with this.
And then we'll probably just use Blasphemy for flammability initially, but at some point it'll be used for, like, defensives. It definitely wouldn't be 3 Divines if, like, there were more people playing, but the situation is solved just by being able to downrank them and stuff, you know? I think it's ridiculous that I can have 30 level 20 spirit gems, but I can't, like, level an alt efficiently because I don't have level 8 ones, you know? Oh, I forgot I should get these points here, too, for the fire pen. We'll get that eventually. I really want to path this way, though, and get forthcoming. Oops, did not mean to leave that like that. I also need more cast speed. Yeah, Prize is pretty good, but it's not core to the build. It is a Smith of Katava build, so at some point I'll be swapping to, like, the white chest. Yeah, if you have level spirit gems, they sell well, so yeah. If you've been hoarding lower level spirit gems, go see if you got some. Easy Divines. Yeah, I thought about trying to target farm low level spirit gems for currency, and it's just... One, not enough people are buying them enough to where you can, like, reliably sell them, and two, it's too hard to target farm. Like, let's say you could get a guaranteed level 8 somehow. It would be, like, 1 hour for 3 Divines, and, like, there are better endgame farms, I think, so... Well, this is my 11th or 12th character I'm leveling this league, so... And on some of those characters, I've used, like, on one of them I was leveling with, like, 8 different, low-level spirit gems for, the dodge, KallTorak. Trail of KallTorak, so... I just leveled too many characters where, like, it might just be a me issue. But there is still no world where I don't think you shouldn't be able to downrank them, like. I should not be prevented from using a skill gem if I have the skill gem, just because it's, like, not a low enough level. Obviously, it shouldn't go upwards, but downwards. Downwards? I probably could have eaten that, huh? I'm like an 81 fire res right now. I'm curious what Flame Blast is gonna do to the single target. I hope it helps. I bet it does like a good chunk of their life. Maybe like a 5th or something for this level, but obviously it's a way higher level skill. Low damage, yes. I only killed that boss in 30 seconds. Super low. May I ask what you're planning on doing next? I don't know. I don't know what's next. Right now, I'm just, like, out of ideas, so it's just kind of like, oh, let's just try shit. Let's do a flame god, Smith of Katava. Like, there was not much thought that went into this character. It was just like, let's level with Living Bomb and Flame Blast on a Smith. We're gonna be a flame god. Okay, let's go to... Oh, I can't even use Blasphemy until 36. Son of a bitch. See, this is the problem! Just let me use my spirit gems! Let me down, Drake. Alright. Well, at level 36, we'll get to try Blasphemy. Okay.
This is not the place for violence.
Now let's go get our Ascendancy points. This is not cruel. I'm only level 32. Yeah, I'm just using like a bunch of low level stuff. Just silly leveling stuff. But no, we're low level still. In the normal campaign. I mean, that sounds nice, Fishy. I'm going the wrong way. I don't know how they would execute that code-wise. Yeah, and I don't know. Like, I know a lot of streamers are comfortable trading on stream Castillo, but I try and, like, for some reason, I get, like, anxious whenever I'm trading on stream because I feel like I'm wasting my viewers' time. So, like, I do all of my trading, like, pre-stream, and if there's, like, usually, like, unless it needs to be solved right now, I try not to trade on stream. So, like, if I hit a wall where it's like, oh my god, it's taking me 6 minutes to kill a boss, like, I'm gonna sit there and trade, but, like, if it's going fine, I'm not gonna trade to, like, I'll go through the campaign with average gear if it meant I didn't have to sit there and, like, whisper 50 people who aren't gonna respond on stream, you know? Oh, interesting. I didn't know Tame Beast was one. I mean, that would definitely help. I have a solo self-bound build I've been doing, Mediocrity. I don't know if you watched my Smith of Katava Wind Dancer Sunder build, but I've been leveling that in solo self-bound. He's like level 68 right now. I just got to like yellow maps. So I will be, like, showcasing that build solo self-found at some point. But in general, like, because of just how bad crafting is in this game, I don't have much interest in solo self-found at the moment. Yeah, exactly what Budin said. It's just, it's really not appealing to me at the moment. Like, I'll do one solo self-found character per league, probably. Like, towards the end of the league. Until it's just, like, in a better state. Damn, my graphics are not keeping up here. I think I can put on a neck now. What does this do my damage? 839 to 924. Nice. That was +1 gem skill level. We lost some spell damage, but whatever. It seems that gem skill levels, at least during the campaign for Living Bomb, is more important than raw damage for the most part. Not always. There was that one low-level staff that was like a DPS loss, but that's just because it had 0 damage and gains on it. Alright, 3 more levels and I can swap the Blasphemy. So, like, it's not even just about the gear for me in Solo Self-Found. Like, right now, I'm in endgame on... Like, I might go show my Smith & Katana Solo Self-Found character in a little bit. I'm in endgame. I've gotten one of the Lesser Jeweler's Orb. I have a single 3-link, and every other one of my skills is a 2-link. And I'm in endgame. I don't have a single 4-link. I don't have a single 5-link. And I have one singular 3-link. So it's like, I can't even use the support gems I want to use because I don't even have the Jeweler's Orbs. Like, even the currency we do have doesn't drop enough to where, like, I should not be in endgame with a single Lesser Jeweler's Orb. That's crazy, right? How do you guarantee them?
No challenge.
You were talking about with Val Orbs. You need Val Orbs for that. I don't have any Val Orbs. Corrupt for more slots. I don't have Val Orbs. We're talking about Solo Self-Found. My first character 3. You think I got like 80 Val Orbs that I can just be slapping on all my skill gems? And when they corrupt downwards, what do you do then? Like, unless there's a trick to guarantee them corrupting upwards that I don't know of. The first jungle map in Act 3 before you reach the encampment, what there? Well, if you have 2 guaranteed in the campaign, then I'm missing 1. Right? So, of all the skills I'm using, then I'd have 2 Lesser Jeweler Orbs. Like, that doesn't dramatically change what I was just complaining about. Okay, now I'm in endgame with 3... I'm in endgame with 2 skills with Lesser Jeweler's Orbs on them now. Like, that's not... Compared to PoE 1, where I can have a 6-link in the campaign. Like, we're not talking about even, like, comparable... like, they're not, like... it's not a good situation to be in, just because... Yeah. So I would have 3, yes. So I appreciate you guys telling me that. I didn't know that. Clearly. Maybe one of them I got was from one of those things. I'm not sure. But I shouldn't be in endgame with only a handful of 3-links. When it's Ruthless from PoE 1, I think that's what I hear people talk about the most, is they call it Ruthless. Like, it just, like, when I played the PoE 1 campaign just now, like, it was raining currency, right? Oh, that was weird. I got bugged out. If you type it's low damage again, I'm gonna time you out. I'm playing a meme leveling build using Living Bomb, like... Are you going to be saying this the entire leveling process? It's the second time you said it. It ain't going to get better, my guy. We got 2 jewel sockets right here. Can't scale its damage higher right now.
This is curious.
I don't think it should rain currency, but there needs to be more ways to, like, I don't know. So, like, I don't, vendors in PoE 1, you can trade for currency, right? Like, if I have a certain currency amount of, like, if I have 100 alterations, I can trade those alterations, not through Alva, like through the currency exchange, but I can, like, force myself through enough raw currency to get most currencies you need during leveling, right? Like Jeweler's Orbs and stuff like that. Or fusing links and stuff like. There's no thing like that in PoE 2 that I feel would make the transitions easier. It doesn't need the rain currency, but like, if I have 50 alterations, there should be a way I could exchange those in solo self-found, maybe, for a 4-link, right? My single 4-link, right? Like, it's hard to, like, it's such a balanced walk, right? I don't want it to become PoE 1. I definitely enjoyed the PoE 1 campaign a lot because of, like, how much currency was raining. Like, any piece of gear I got, I was slapping currency into, like, immediately.
Heal yourself.
Because there's just so much of it. I don't know if there needs to be that much currency, but I don't know, like, target farming, is that the word I'm looking for? There needs to be a way that I can target currency. If I had 1 billion alterations that I could, like, I don't know, maybe I'm spoiled by Alva. I don't think Alva should be in, because then you're like, that's not solo self-found, but like, and obviously vendors shouldn't have divine orbs and stuff, exalted orbs. I feel like there should be something else, though. And yes, Ben, it is like a gazillion times better than 0.1. Like, I'm not worried about this game's future. Because if you look at, like, how much it improved from 0.1 to 0.2, if they keep making leaps like that, like, holy shit, right? I have not played Last Epoch yet. But, yeah, I don't know. I think PoE 2 has ruined a lot of ARPGs for me. I agree with that, Ben. Maybe not, though. It's hard to say. Maybe it's just because we have the mentality of them being so damn... It's tough, man. Because my perspective has changed because of PoE 1. Are you talking about the Mudwayne Quarry? This place? The Maudun Quarry? Ocean? That place? It's tough, because after playing PoE 1, like... In both of these games, support gems are an insane amount of power. You the Wind Dancer build guy? Yes, sir. Or one of them. There's multiple people who have done them, but yeah, I'm one of them. Support gems are so powerful in both of these games, and in PoE 1, you can get a 5-link. You can get, like, maximum links on all of your gems, like, almost immediately, right? It's just the ability to equip the support gems you want, because most of them are gated behind, like, level 30+ and stuff, right? The good ones. So, like, PoE 1's a game where you can use all of your links right away, and PoE 2 is the opposite. Like, especially your first time through. Like, right now, of course, I have a bunch of 4 links, and I could easily afford a bunch of 5 links right now if I wanted to force them. But in PoE 1, you could, like... I had a 6-link and a 5-link day 1 within a couple hours. And I crafted my own 6-link day 1. Like... And that's in the campaign. Most specifically, it's in the campaign. Versus here, if you're talking solos, like, day 1... And I didn't trade for that stuff in PoE 1. That was just all stuff I got in the campaign. Like, you're talking day 1 solo self-found. If you got 1 perfect Jeweler's Orb, you would be lucky. And that would be after you left the campaign, so... I don't know what should be done. Maybe it just needs to be that strict in PoE 2, but... It does seem a little It's like it's the polar opposite. It is absolutely the polar opposite. It is like just a complete 180. And I get why PoE 1 players don't like PoE 2 now. They are seriously just completely different games. Completely different games. Like in many ways. Like, not just in minor ways, in like many big ways. They are different games. They are same in name only in so many ways. But yes, this is like a very different game where you don't get a full 6-link in the campaign ever. If you're like fresh start, right? I think I just want to book it for forthcoming. We're just going to try booking it for forthcoming and seeing if that's worth it for the leveling guide. Thanks, Spooky. Yeah, I mean, this is the worst part of the Living Bomb build right here. Is like, you can't put a perfect Jeweler's Orb or 4-link into this. This scales with your level. So, like, this is what's like... again, if I had Concentrated Effect and considered casting in this, my damage would be, like, double, right? Like, that's so much better. And then, of course, my damage only goes up whenever I equip the new staff, which right now is happening at level 36. So, it's just... with this specific skill, you're just gated by it being a staff skill, so... it is, like, probably not the best way to be leveling. We'll see how it goes in endgame, but... we're just super limited. Yeah, that annoys me too. I think they should have different terminology in this game, Ben. I agree completely. It's just the people from PoE 1 saying the exact same thing. And, like, it's why people call them maps in this game and not waystones. They're not maps. They're waystones. But everyone calls them maps. We're mapping. I'm doing my map tabs. I gotta get my maps, right? It's just people using the whole... I agree completely. This is not a, like, PoE 1 players, they want to call this a 5-link. I want to call this a 4-link. But PoE 1 players, they call this a 5-link. And then if I had the perfect Jeweler's Orb, they would call this a 6-link. I want to call that a 5-link. Like, it's just, it's them copy-pasting over the same terminology, but that terminology doesn't work here in my brain. This right here is a 4-link, in my opinion. This is not a 5-link. I call this a 4-link. But at PoE 1, they would call this a 5-link because this counts as part of the gem. Like, this is part of the link, right? I get why you would call... but, like, to me, it doesn't work that way. I don't know.
This seems like something Elva would know about.
As long as you hopefully know what's being said. But... yes, it is... everyone... I catch myself saying both sometimes. It's difficult. It is very difficult. Because, yeah, like, I think maps and waystones is a good example. Scarabs and tablets. I've heard, like, for the longest time when people would call tablets scarabs, I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? I never even, because I hadn't even played with scarabs before until recently. Agreed, Fish. Like, I truly, like, I've said it a couple times, but I truly believe that these, like, after playing PoE 1, they are similar in a lot of ways, but in many ways, they are only similar in name. If they would name Path of Exile 2, like, Fairy Love Island, like, it could have been named a completely different genre, like, game genre. Like, they are very different games. From a gameplay feel-wise. So, I actually was able, like, to get kind of into PoE 1 with with the mouse, click the move, but, it was like, it was a bit, like, there's no immersion. WASD gets me immersed. Like, I feel like I'm playing my character right now. I am playing my character because of WASD. Like, there's a feel difference that, like, I don't know. Like, it's not just about moving, the movement feel. I feel like I am controlling my character's movements whenever I press A to move them to the left. Versus having to, like, just swap, like, holding left click and just, like, doing this, right? Like, holding left click and doing this. Can you do quick move? Oh, I don't have it set up yet. So, like, doing that, that's not, like, I don't feel like I'm controlling my character doing that. With WASD, I get immersed. Like, that's the big difference. Like, I was still able to, like, after the first day of playing PoE 2, I forgot to get that stupid, checkpoint, so I'm gonna have to go back over there, damn it. I was able to get back into click the move, but it was not, like, the difference is astronomical. Like, it is a huge feel difference.
This should fit in the generator. Is it supposed to spark like that?
Like, PoE 2 has made so many other amazing games feel like an arcade game to me. Like, that's the best way to phrase it. It's like, yeah, PoE 1 feels like the year 2000, not because PoE 1 is a bad game, but because PoE 2 feels that much better. Like, PoE 1, in all intents and purposes, is a fantastically made game in a pristine state, right? But once you've played this game and played its feel, like, the difference is just, like, it makes it feel like any other game in the genre is an arcade game. And obviously, if you go play PoE 1 and you play an arcade game, like, clearly that sounds stupid as hell, but PoE 2 to PoE 1, the difference is just... Like, I don't even want to say it feels more modern. PoE 2 is more than modern. Like, PoE 2 is like... It's gonna sound super, like, kiss-assy or whatever, but, like, PoE 2 is, like, ahead. Especially for, like, how much of a turd it is. Like, this game is an unfinished turd. But the gameplay feel is just, like... It's what I'm looking for in a game. And, again, I'm not saying the PoE 1 gameplay is bad, because there are plenty of people who are absolutely in love with that gameplay. But for me, it's just not... I prefer this gameplay. Yeah, for sure. PoE 1 was definitely ahead of its time. PoE 1 and PoE 1 is still ahead of its time. That is how good of a game PoE 1 is. It is still. No ARPG competes with PoE 1 except for PoE 2. I don't care what you want to say about Last Epoch or Grim Dawn or any other ones. They do not compete with PoE 1 and PoE 2 in the ARPG space. And I'm not even a big fan of PoE 1, and I can say that. Like, both of those games are just GGG has achieved something special with them. And obviously PoE 2 is still in early access. It's not even close to finish, but I have never played a game this much, this fast. I've already got 2,000 hours on Steam. Like, I'm a degenerate gamer. I think I put them both in. I think you can do this, right? Respawn at checkpoint and it'll instant show up. Diablo 2 is the only ARPG I would say was ahead of its time. But, well, obviously Diablo 1 too, but I'm talking like of the current ones people are playing. Like, no offense to all the people who still grind D2 and D2R. I know Diablo 2 Resurrected has a huge payer base right now, so I'm sure those games are fine, but like I'm talking about like of the modern ARPGs that have come in the last like 15 years. Like, I don't think Diablo, maybe there were elements of Diablo 3 that competed with PoE 1 in a sense. Like, I really liked some aspects of D3 early on, but I wouldn't give anything to Diablo 3 or 4 over PoE or PoE 2. What level can I get Flame Blast? Isn't that like 50s? I think I'm a ways from Flame Blast. Flame Blast is 52, damn. Yeah, like D3 when it came out, I played the crap out of it. And like the auction house was fun and stuff. D3 was great when it came out, but once PoE started building momentum, again, I was never a biggest fan of PoE 1, and I played a good amount of Diablo 4 and 3. Their peaks are not comparable to the peak of PoE 1. In my mind. I know Diablo 4 had an insanely massive launch, and so did Diablo 3. But in terms of gameplay for me, like, they're just not comparable. And then, yeah, the introduction of WASD, like, I don't know how I can go back to other ARPGs. Like, I love Diablo 3. Like, I played so many seasons. I grinded the crap out of them. But when I look back on what they were, like, there is a reason why PoE 1 is still sustained to this day and still has over 100,000 players logged in at a time, and the other two are, like, nobody plays them anymore. Like, I feel like Diablo 2 Resurrected and Diablo 2 has a more rabid fan base than D3 and D4. Like, if you talk about any of the Diablo games, the community that's going to go up to bat to defend Diablo is going to be a Diablo 2 community. Versus, like, it's just, I don't know, it's just hard to compare them. I don't want to turn into shitting on Diablo because I've had a lot of fun times playing Diablo, but we're just talking about, like, what the genre has. It's just impressive. That PoE, where am I going? Oh, it's still over here. Sheesh. I liked some aspects of, where's the lever? Am I blind? Oh, wow. There's no early lever. Sometimes there's an early lever. I'm just blind. Isn't Diablo a sub game? No. You have to pay for it. It's a box price. I don't know. It might have a sub now. I don't know. I actually like some stuff about Diablo 4. Okay, so the thing I liked about Diablo 4 is I like PvP. I'm a PvPer. And Diablo 4 had fun PvP. I don't care what you want to say about the rest of the game. But I really like Diablo 4's PvP. It was shitty and bad, but it was fun to do. D4 was your first ARPG? Interesting. I've been playing ARPG since Diablo 1. So I've been playing them since D1, D2, played the expansion, I played D3, and then it's because I don't know which came out first. I think Diablo 3 came out before PoE 1, right? I know I played PoE 1 in its early access, and I'm pretty sure I played PoE 1 because all of my Diablo 3 friends that I made, like, making money off the auction house were like, oh yeah, PoE 1's gonna be the next best great game. So that's when I played PoE 1. I never played Grim Dawn. I never played Last Epoch. There's a couple 2D ones. Like, I think it's called Hero Siege or something. That one looks pretty fun. I might check out that one day. Like, I like the way that one looks. It's just like kind of like a silly game, though, to me. It wouldn't be like as serious as PoE 2, but I haven't played that. I was quite happy just showing up to a PoE League, playing it for a week, and then quitting for a very long time. No, I never got into the PvP tournaments. I made a couple Thorns PvP videos, but, like, Diablo 4 was really cringe in the fact that, like, to get the best gear for those events, any form of competition in Diablo 4... you basically had to have a community farming for you. You had to be basically, like, one of those streamers that has, like, the 30 lobbies going that are, like, instant inviting you to Uber bosses that are being one-shot with groups, that's sharing the loot with you, like... I never was able to get, like, super uber bis loot, and, like, having super bis loot in Diablo 4 was a big deal. Like, having best rolls on every single gear in Diablo 4 was just a big advantage. So in any of those PvP tournaments, I just assumed that my gear would not have been good enough, because there's also no, like, trade website in Diablo 4, so if you were wanting to get good trade gear, you'd have to join those big discords, and, like, the trade discords were not good for Diablo 4 at all, like, so... But no, I never did any of the PvP tournaments. If you go look at my YouTube channel, and you go back to the very first videos I uploaded, I think the first 2 videos on this channel are D4 PvP videos. So I just uploaded videos of me, like, I played Thorns in PvP, obviously. So it was just funny to run around the PvP zones. Ooh, I can use my gems. Oh, nice. I forgot I leveled up. I was too busy talking. I mean, that's part of the reason why my defense is, my damage is so low, is because I'm Smith of Katava. Diablo 4 trade exists, though. When I played Diablo 4, the only way we could trade is, like, we would have to join we would have a trade website where you could list stuff. We had to go to a Discord, post a screenshot of the image we wanted to sell, and then hope someone PM'd you on Discord. Like, it was super annoying. It was really bad. Oh, nice. I can afford Raging Spirits and Blasphemy of Flame ability right now. Let's see what this does to my damage. Does it go up or down? 924, 997. So we barely went up. Spell damage is about the same. We gained 2. Okay, so this actually is something to note. This is 2 gem levels over the other stat, but it is barely a DPS upgrade. That's because this one has a lot more spell damage. This one's got fire damage and spell damage, but it seems like the spell damage might scale it more. It's like this one is more, but you would think because it was 2 gem skills levels higher, it would be significantly more. It's not, so it's a thing to note. Yeah, there's a TFT, yes. It's essentially a TFT, yeah. And, like, it's just, like, compared to trading in, like, PoE, where you have a stash that you can list, like, 50 items instantly, you know. It's just not the same. And obviously, like, the idea of, like, trading for a silly PvP streamer tournament where I'm playing Thorns in it, hoping I reflect one-shot people, like, you know, whatever. I also wasn't even big into content creation then. I just uploaded those videos for fun. And did not expect to get any views on them, so. But yeah, I really liked the PvP back then. Grim Dawn was good, it just needed a sequel. Maybe it will get one. And then, yeah, I never played Last Epoch. Last Epoch just visually never appealed to me. It just looks too floaty. But also, I've gone on this rant before. I won't ever, like, I'm never playing Diablo 4 again, or any ARPG that does, like Last Epoch, that does early access for their seasons. I know that doesn't matter to a lot of people, and it might be like a nitpicky thing, but for me, I really, really like that everyone gets to experience the patch at once in Path of Exile. Nobody gets a head start. There aren't day one tier lists. You have a bunch of people who are really silly, who are doing like pre-patch build guides and pre-patch tier lists, and then everyone makes fun of them for it. Like, that's the kind of environment I like. Not because people are getting made fun of, but because that kind of stuff's not acceptable. Obviously, bullying's not cool. But, like, there's an understanding in PoE that, like, for the most part, we don't know until we get to play the patch. In PoE 1, when there's no patch, like, there's no changes to the build you're doing, like, you can make those assumptions, right? But you need the patch notes to know, right? But in Last Epoch in those games, before the game comes out, you have creators with early access, and they will tell you day one that your build's trash or not. And I hate that. I know that's good for some people because they're like, well, I don't want to waste my time. Like, I know that the build I'm going into is going to be successful. And I get that argument, but for me, I don't look at the game that way. I'm not, like, trying to benchmark myself with my builds, like, I have to clear this much or the game's successful. I like the discovery aspect of making builds. Like, you don't know if your build's going to be good at the end of the road. I like that stuff, you know? And then you never know if it's going to surprise you along the way, right? Like, oh, wow, this build ended up being way better than I expected. Like, that kind of stuff is what I love the most about PoE. And you don't get that in those games because of the early access. Oh, I forgot to go get my ascendancy points. Crap. We're just on autopilot, boys. Yo, your Thorns Warbringer, not the fastest build, but man, tier 16, no problem. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And I feel like I can make a faster version now that I'm aware of the Wind Dancer tech. Like, if you could force Wind Dancer into Thorns and get those big AoE clears, I bet you would be a lot faster in tier 16s. It's really weird, Dovelin, because, like, when I went into PoE 1, a lot of people are super encouraging of me in PoE 2. Like, they're super encouraging of me, like, we love your creative builds, keep taking those slings, man, we don't care if they're bad, because, like, even your bad ideas, they show something cool sometimes. Like, that's the general sentiment I get in this game when I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna do a Living Bomb Smith of Katava, which is what I'm leveling right now, right? People are like, oh, maybe it won't scale, but good luck, it seems fun. Like, and everyone who's watched the stream today is like, oh, this looks cool, maybe I'll try it out if it works out in endgame. When I proposed the builds I was thinking about trying in PoE 1, the same people who have been encouraging were like, oh, I don't know if you want to do that. It's just like, what? What the fuck you mean? Don't tell me what I can't do. Just tell me good luck. I did the build anyway, and I did have fun playing it, but I'm already back to PoE 2, just because this game's, like, it's more for me, but I 100% get what you're talking about, because, like, I wasn't feeling that vibe in PoE 2 ever. Like, everyone kept, like, dooming and glooming about how the PoE 1 community can be gatekeeping around build stuff. I never got that vibe in PoE 2. I can do whatever dumb things I want, and people are like, they won't always like the builds I make, but no one's ever, like, telling me you're wasting your time, you're being, like... But in PoE 1, the first idea I threw out, I had multiple people like, oh, I don't know about that build, man. It's just like, what? I can't see any of these mobs. And I had fun doing that build, by the way. I played it for over a week. I cleared the Delve 300. I got to dip my toes into Pinnacle content. And I'm probably going to play it again. Like, I had enough fun to where I'm going to come back. Like, but those same people were just like, yeah, you shouldn't play that build, man. It's not going to be good enough. It's like, what do you mean not good enough? What does good enough mean? If I had fun for 12 hours or 40 hours, like, I had fun. And if I played your build, I might not have even played that for 40 hours. I might have gotten bored and quit it after 4 because I wasn't playing my own build. What was my build? I did a Tempest Shield build. It was an Elementalist with Tempest Shield with a Night Prolification. It was a Reflect build. I take damage to deal damage, Tempest Shield. I can probably link it. Kall Reflect Queen. There's the PoE Ninja if you want to look at it. And yeah, I'm not doing 7 million damage to one-shot Pinnacle bosses, but I got to do the base bosses, and I got to get the Delve 300 and stuff. I was clearing Waystone 17s just fine, like... But because I couldn't one-shot the best content in the game, people were telling me not to play it. And I don't know, I still had fun playing it. The bird boss? Ugh. We'll see what happens. Oh, I get that, Javi. I get that when you're an experienced player. 100%. So what Javi says is because in PoE 1 there's so much more content than 2 that if your build doesn't pass the cut, you are left without 75% of the game. I get that. But what PoE 1 players forget is new people to PoE 1 aren't aware of all of that content, and them missing out on that doesn't bother them as much as all of the gatekeeping people that are telling them they can't do this, they can't do that, you can't do this, you need to follow a build guide, blah, 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 blah. Like that, all of that talk is more unappealing to me than me missing out on all of those tier 2 Pinnacle bosses. And it's why I've avoided PoE 1 for so long. I agree that the next time I play it, I'm probably going to be playing a different build that will clear farther. But because I said fuck it and played the game the way I wanted to my first time through, I was able to have a level of fun that... I'm going to play it again, right? Like, isn't that what you guys would want as PoE 1 players, right? I guess maybe I need to phrase what I'm saying better. Is like, you shouldn't play it like I played it every time, but maybe for your first time, you just dip your toes in the way you want. Because, like, yeah, like, there's no way I'm 100%ing every single Pinnacle boss my first time through, right? Like, that seems unfair to expect that of a new player. Maybe that expectation is, like, fine for, like, a PoE content creator, because they're, like, obviously not an ARPG noob. But, yeah, that's my logic there. I'm not saying that I experienced the entire game and like, yeah. We're saying the same. We're on the same side for sure. We're on the same side, Javi.
This is just a warm-up.
Because yeah, next time I go in, I'm going to be playing a PoE 1 build that can go much further. But I did have fun. I did have fun. Let's see how bad this monster res fucks me.
Seek out the cores.
Yeah, and like maybe for like there's a lot of people out there like that don't make their own builds, right? That's why build creators are so popular. It's just some people, they don't have the time or the patience or even the know-how to make their own builds. That's why like these build creators are needed. But I enjoy the build making process, and I know there are a lot of people that enjoy that process. And like that is the main reason I play ARPGs. 1000%. This boss is going to die so slow because of this fire res they just gained. And when, like, the first thing you tell me about playing PoE 1 is follow a build guide, and you're someone who enjoys making a build, like, that's like, there's an instant turnoff, right? It's just like an instant turnoff. So maybe the narrative around it needs to be different. So here's something that I like. So for me, who knows how to make a build, I don't need a build guide, but what should be recommended is, once you know what skill you want to play, go to PoE Ninja and look up what support gems people use with that skill. Because a lot of skills are enabled by specific support gems, right? That's where you're going to end up fucking yourself. You might not need the entire guide. Now, obviously, you're trying to pull off some crazy Jungroan type build that's got, like, crazy warping. You're going to need to learn all the percentage mechanics of that. But, like, if you're just wanting to fart your way through the campaign with Shield Crush, just go look up what support gems most people are putting in Shield Crush. And then try that, right? Like, I feel like that's the best starting way to tell people to start PoE 1. Hey, man, build guide for this? Not yet, Stefan. We're only level 37 right now, but there will be one in a couple days. We're going to get the character to level 90, see how it does in endgame, and then there will be a build guide for sure. But not yet. We just started the character today. Are you going to play Dune Awakening? I'm thinking about it. So right now, I'm really busy with Card Quest. It's the game that I'm making with I own my own game dev company. I'm sure most of you already know about it. But right now, we're like trying to get the game released. We're like 1 to 2 months from finally being done with the game and just moving on. And I don't want to dive into a game like Dune Awakening right now until Card Quest is finished. So there's a real possibility that oh, I'm dead. Damn, that fire res really cucked the build. I was doing like no damage. You were right about the boss. I should have been ready for that roll. He did it before. He did the teleport down, and I thought he was going to do the fast wind attacks then, and then he didn't do it. And I was like, oh, okay, I don't need a dodge roll here. And then he did the jump again, and I wasn't ready for it that time. I just got stunned, and I didn't dodge roll. Such is life. Yeah, I don't know what skill to recommend alongside Living Bomb, but the fact that you're limited to... Maybe I need to swap over Abundance or fast forward with something. There's something about just Living Bomb only for boss damage. It's just a little bit too slow. And maybe I just need to give up on the fast detonations. That might not be the right call, though. But I probably just need to add, like, let's just try Concentrated Effect. Or Considered Casting. Yeah, it's crazy that I did get 2-shot there, by the way. 900 life, max res, 40% armor, and I got 2-shot by that bird boss there. He does hit really hard. But now I'm going to call that a skill issue. He does hit hard, but I could have avoided that. Maybe Elemental Focus? Is Zenith more damage? Because of Zenith, we're always going to have Zenith because Living Bomb's no damage. So let's use Zenith. I don't know if Spell Echo works with Living Bomb, but the problem is you can only have 2 out at once. So like there's a cap to where like you don't want to invest into more. Like, cause at one point, like in last patch, I had a machine gun of Living Bombs, and I was casting too fast to where I couldn't get like the explosions off. So like where you refresh the new Living Bomb before the old one goes off. Yeah, I'm doing short duration stuff right now. Like right now I have this one here, and then I am currently pathing to this one over here. I did this on my Titan last patch, and I'm revisiting it again.
Steel yourself.
But does Spell Echo work? I don't actually know, but if it did, I don't think you would want to use it. But yeah, the biggest problem with Living Bomb, again, is like, if this was a 4-link right now, we'd be fine. Can't you drop your gem into your skill tree now? What do you mean by that?
Wipe that smile off your face.
Not for this kind of skill. This skill is attached to staffs. Living Bomb is not a skill gem. It comes from your weapon. It comes from specifically using a Pyrophyte staff. So that's why I can't modify it like my other skills. Unfortunately. This gets Oh, the red gem in my... Do I have room for it right now? Oh, I do. Good call. Good call, Hoodsy. My man. Good looking out. I'm not really doing Ignite, no. Not with Living Bomb. Maybe with Flame Blast, I would swap to an Ignite style. But even then, I don't think I would do cast on Ignite. But if I did cast on Ignite, it would probably be when I swap the Flame Blast. But Flame Blast can't use till 52, I think. 51. Alright, no death this time. Maybe I need to be putting my Solar Orb on top of rares more often. Yeah, in terms of single target, I don't know what skill I would recommend, or like maybe Fireball. I've never tried leveling with Fireball. But if you're still wanting to do a caster version of this build, obviously you wouldn't want to like hard pivot to like spears or maces, and then just swap the Living Bomb halfway through. If you want Living Bomb to be part of the main mapping, because obviously it's fine for mapping. Who am I fighting this time, Spectre? Are you predicting my demise again?
This is just the beginning descends.
I hate Soul Cores.
Ravage and ransack.
It depends on which map it is. Some maps for Soul Cores are easy, some are annoying.
Steel yourself.
Yeah, I would definitely be taking Explosive Impact. Like, this is something that will be added to the build. For some reason, I'm wanting to just test booking it for Forthcoming. If I wasn't booking it for Forthcoming, I would be taking, like, Explosive Impact right now. And then, honestly, you're probably better off going for Volcanic Skin and Cremation before Forthcoming. But I'm just wanting to test how it feels going for, like, that much skill effect reduction this early on in the campaign. And I assume it's not going to feel, like, super important the moment I do it. It'll be more of like an end game polish, and then I'll just immediately spec into the damage stuff. Chimera this time and still gonna die to it, I bet. Oh. I legit thought I was playing a Thorns build there. My brain said, okay, they're gonna attack me and they're gonna die because I'm playing Thorns. And nope. We are not. I've played too many Reflect builds this patch. Building interesting habits. Oh yeah, PoE 2 has a few of those. Yep. Yep, there's quite a few of those, actually. I think like 3 or 4 different ways that you can do that. Bursting Plague, that passive I just showed you. Witch Hunter has an ascendancy for it. Yeah. Alright. Alright. What is... I don't think that impacts us. I don't know what that's impact's going to do to Living Bomb. I don't think it changes anything. Oh, it was the Chimera. Spectre, what the hell's wrong with you, dude? Dude's a wizard, man.
Venomous, lend me your venom.
Yeah, this damages. I'm super tanky, but there's something I gotta mix in. I don't know, I mean, this isn't awful. Compared to my League start run, where I was spear throwing bosses down, this isn't the worst. It's just safe, consistent damage because it's 0 mana. It's cool being able to actually use Zenith in a build. There we go.
You never stood a chance, creature.
Yeah, I just don't think it would be worth it to book it for this. I think I'm just going to put the points in the fire damage stuff, and then eventually, whenever I can just naturally put the passes in, I'll just change to this gold. I mean, maybe the Incinerate is the play, Dovalin, for single target. Maybe that's what I need to mix in. I just don't like playing Incinerate. Oh, yeah, I've seen those. I saw the one with the dinosaur specter. The big undead T-Rex floppy thing. I saw that version of it. That shit was cool.
A trial well completed.
So if I want to keep using Blasphemy, I would need to keep Pariahs on. So I think I'll just, like, abuse this and get my max res up to 81 for all of them. Like, I'm not going to die to elemental res anytime in the campaign, so... Because I'm using Inferno class, so...
And claim your reward.
Alright. Yeah, I think maybe Incinerate needs to be swapped in for mapping or for bossing. But then you usually have to run, like, that one Black Flame Ring. I don't want to deal with that. We're just going to keep playing Living Bomb and deal with the boss damage. Did I already run through the Barons? I don't remember. I hope we get Templar soon. Me too, man. After my PoE 1 playthrough with the Tempest Shield, like, there's just so many skills that I liked that I assume are coming with Templar. And then, yeah. That whole starting area for the Templar Druid, it's where a lot of my builds end up right now. So just, like, being in that starting area for the start seems nice. Like, I'm hyped for that, for both of them. Next upgrade was 46.
Now the
Yeah, it's a
true
long
search
time to go with no damage upgrade.
Beyond until next time.
Yeah, they were trying to get Incinerate super big. I've gotten Flame Blast off of screen in the last patch. What do Link skills do? I've seen them in PoE, but I've never looked up what they do. Based off the context of what you just said, it's just for party play. Templar, Druid, or Shadow would be nice. Yeah, Shadow's cool. Obviously, I like Warriors, so like what's the other Warrior Ascendancy? Marauder? Is that what it's going to be? And then whatever the other Mercenary Ascendancy is going to be too. Duelist? Like, I'm hyped for both of those too. I really like Gladiator and Slayer and PoE 1. I believe those are both duelists. Maybe not. Auto-marking enemy? What do you mean auto-marking enemy? You're super excited for Druid? If Druid is out in the next patch, depending on if other new classes come with it, Druid's most likely what I'm league starting. I just see me league starting as a Thorns or Reflect Druid, more than likely. Just a Thorns Bear just seems like the funnest league start right now. But if Templar comes out, I could see me being tempeted into Templar. Or if an Ascendancy came out for something else that happened to be Thorns related. But I'm like 99% sure if Bear Druid is a thing, I'm going to be a league starting it for Thorns. I am 100% sure on what my league start's going to be, Officer. Mine's either going to be a Wind Dancer build. I did have like 4 Wind Dancer builds I've released this patch. Or one of my Thorns builds, which I've done like 4 Thorns builds by now. So it's like, it's going to be Thorns or Wind Dancer for sure. And then it's going to be in a Druid. Now, like, Druid's Bear form, I believe the Bear form comes with its own set of skills. So, like, obviously, like, the main one-shotting of bosses is going to be probably one of those skills that I don't know. But, like, it'll be, like, done through, like, Wind Dancer and Thorns as, like, a core of its build. I've seen it, but that video is super old. Like, who knows how much it's changed by now. But yes, Druid looks awesome. No, the Bear Druid looks sick. And who knows what other forms we're going to get. That could be just as good, if not better, for Thorns. And then, of course, you have Thorns, you have Druids who are Elementalists, right? And oftentimes in media, Druids are pictured as, like, almost like hurricane-type beings. Like, they'll bring upon, like, a hurricane, tornadoes and stuff. We already have Lightning Thorns, right? So maybe Druid works with Lightning Thorns too. Who knows? I have personally, outside of like one era, yeah, you can switch to my Twitch. I don't care which platform you guys watch on, if you prefer Twitch or YouTube. I stream on both because, yeah, people prefer one themselves. I've never been a big Druid fan, though, personally.
It's more disgusting than the last.
I used to like Druids in Classic WoW, but, like, the whole Shapeshift stuff, it's never been for me. There's been very few Druid archetypes I enjoy, and in ARPGs, I normally don't like Druids. That being said, I am hopeful that I mean, the druid in everything in PoE 2, like, normally I only play warrior characters, and I play any character in PoE 2, so anything's gonna be fun for me in this game. So yeah, druid looks awesome. Hey, Dovelin, thanks for the Twitch Prime, man. Appreciate you, bro. The support is appreciated. I haven't updated my skill gems in a while. Let's see what they're at. Oh, I can use Mana Tempest. Mana Tempest is really good for this build. I could use that at level 41. I can actually use it now if I had a lower level gem for it. And then I need to upgrade my flammability for sure. Yeah, I want swords for sure. Like, I'm a Cyclone main normally, so, like, I want my spin to win. I assume it's coming with swords. Maybe it's coming with axes. But I assume Cyclone's coming with swords. Which, keep in mind, axes still aren't even in the game. Axes are going to be awesome. Yeah, Incinerate's one of the few channels. The problem with Lightning Thorns is it's the damage conversion. Right now, you only get 15% of your maximum mana as Lightning Thorns damage. That is nothing. If you mana stacked as much as possible, the conversion you're getting is so small compared to every other Thorns build that just playing normal Scavenge Plating, like... I tried making mana stacking Lightning Thorns works, and, like, unless you maybe had, like, a 200 Divine Astramentus setup, like, it was nowhere near as good as the other Thorns builds. But if I did visit it, it would be with Incinerate. And if we get bored enough, maybe we do. But I did try it on my Chronomancer that I did the Will at Thorns on, and, yeah. Oh, this damage isn't awful. I was worried I was going to start, like, struggling. Like, this isn't awful damage. Oh, dead. Whew. I need to upgrade my life flask, that's for sure. I don't know what life flask I'm using, but it is not the right one. I can't face tank all her mechanics. I can actually get pretty far away from her for flammability. Look at this. My range is pretty good.
This looks like exactly what I need.
I don't think Herald of Thunder works with Lightning Thorns. Last I tested, it did not. That's Pathfinder. That's Pathfinder. And you still get slowed. It's like 50% reduced slow.
Some odds and ends we found in the jungle.
I happened to get a Pyrophyte staff that dropped. That's funny.
It's a deal. Be wary.
Oops. Probably wanted to keep that. I feel like if you were tryharding with this build, you would use Incinerate when bossing, but I don't want to. I don't want this to be an Incinerate build. I want this to be a Living Bomb Flame Blast build. We should test it for the science. I believe Stirring Flame. Oh, that sucks, Dolan. That does sound cool, though. Alright.
Wait for a fight first.
Now we go through to the fire boss. Well, worst place to test fire damage is all these mobs have. Look at my reses, man. Smith of Katava is just so overpowered. They are such a good leveling ascendancy. Just especially on a budget. Like, they are just the best solo self-found, budget-friendly leveling ascendancy, period. I love Smith. I never feel more comfortable leveling where I don't have to upgrade my gear ever. Just, like, get good life rolls with fire res, and you can coast the entire campaign. And just worry about your damage, right? Like, you just craft and spend for your weapon.
How is there light within this ancient ruin?
How?
Ancient fire!
Yeah, definitely still using Living Bomb only for mapping. Like, Incinerate would only be used for bossing. And if anything, we would only use it on bossing for getting max exposure, and then we would Flame Blast. But we'll give it a go. What is a good, like, budget build? I have no idea. I have no idea. Definitely not something I play. Now, this build I'm playing right now, every piece of gear I'm using costs 1 Exalt each. I bought it all on a budget, but this isn't like the best budget build, right? This is just a build that's working on a budget. A good budget build, I have no idea. Like one that just dominates, like probably Lightning Spear. I'm guessing Lightning Spear. But I don't know if you could play Lightning Spear on Smith. Never tried. I have no interest in that skill, to be honest. Making Divine is insanely hard in this game. Really in any Path of Exile game, making currency is hard. You have to know how to make currency. You just can't play the game and expect to get Divines. Like, that's just not going to happen. You have to know what Atlas passives to be juicing. You have to know what content to be doing at the time. You have to know how to juice that content. Because, yeah, if you're just walking through the game farming tier 16s blindly without doing tower farming and stuff, you're not going to... And, like without having, like, 500% rarity group stacking, like, you're not going to see Divines very often, right? Like, I completely believe you've only seen 5. That's my average experience, too. Oh, yeah. Living Bomb's out damaging it right now, I think. Can I eat this? I ate a lot more of it than I thought I would. Oh, I forgot to upgrade my flask. I meant to upgrade my flask when I went to town. Hey, take care, Yavi. Appreciate you, man. You have a good rest of your day, man.
I do not fear the fire. It is mine to shape.
So, like, if you want to level as my Thorns build, look up my Ritualist Thorns build. I actually have a full leveling guide with it. That is my cheapest and best Thorns build. And you can play it, like, for very cheap, like 1 Exalt per piece. But if you're talking, like, League Start, you have 0 Exalted Orbs, you can't afford anything. Thorns requires a cost. But if you just want to, like, play Thorns and you have, like, 20 to 30 Exalts, yes, you absolutely can. Go follow my Ritualist leveling guide. Oops. I'm on autopilot. I don't think I rode that thing up. Yeah, it's hard farming currency right now. Like, all of my builds are budget builds. I have, like, no Divine. Anytime I've made Divine this season, it's because I have sold gear from a build that got popular. Like, I made a video, it got popular, and the next day, my hand-me-down pieces are selling for 5 to 10 Divine each. That is the only time I have made currency this season. Otherwise, like, I don't want to go scouting the map for the perfect 4-tower layout. Like, I ain't about that life. I'd rather just be poor. You can definitely afford to start Thorns with that, Rage Pro, but, like, if you're expecting to be one-shotting tier 16 pinnacle content or whatever, plus 4 pinnacle content with that budget, then no. But if you want to get to Waystone level 16s and farm the endgame with that budget, yes. But Thorns, you won't be like, if you're wanting to one-shot tier 4 Jets, do 20 million damage in a hit with that budget, not with Thorns. Not with more money with that Thorns either. You're not one-shotting tier 4 Jets with Thorns, but...
Better keep my strength in check.
Yeah, that's how I made all of my currency as well, Officer, is through Crisis Fragments. Citadel farming. Either Citadel farming, but, like, through raw Divines, like, I am not good at... I've never been able to, like, pull that off. Well... You will not be able to do that. Like, Thorns itself cannot one-shot any pinnacle content, even with, like, the best imaginable gear, right? So if your goal, like, if you're ever wanting to, like, you can one-shot tier 15 bosses with no modifiers and stuff. But, like, the hardest bosses, Thorns has a cap to how it can perform. With that budget, you're probably going to bottom out at, like, or top out at, like, tier 1 or tier 2 content. Waystone 16's fine. But, like, for pinnacle content, you're not going to be able to push super hard with Thorns. It's still limited with, like, the hardest content. Any Reflect build is. Any build that you have to take damage to deal damage, like, stuff starts one-shotting you, what are you going to do? Right? If you can't overcome that one-shot with lots of currency, you don't overcome it, right? But... that build, you can go from level 1 to 95 and clear 98% of the game with Thorns on that budget. I just love Citadels in general. I just like, Citadels are my favorite content to do. The bosses are the most fun.
This is all just a misunderstanding.
So like, I will always lean towards Citadel farming content. I don't know why.
Which one of you is a
I just like those boss
blood?
fights. They're the funnest bosses.
Me, of course. I am Alva the Lie.
Like the first thing I do to endgame is I want to go farm Citadels with this guy.
Bring her to Doriani. As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled.
I ain't gonna die.
As expected.
You will fall before us.
I forgot to upgrade my life flask again. Damn it. Dead. Nope. That's without an upgraded life flask. Who needs upgraded life flask? Yep, not the best single target damage, but we're tanky as hell, that's for sure. Alright, I'm gonna go get a life flask before I forget. Yeah, I imagine having a good versus a bad PC, especially on fights like this one, is like a massive difference. Oh, son of a bitch. Fuck it. Oh, I want to go through 8 load screens to go buy that flask because we're back in time right now. We will suffer. Yeah, exactly. I just decided not to go get a life flask because I had to go through more load screens. That's the real pain. The load screens. Hey, look, life flask. Calculated strategy. So in terms of, like, it's not a bad build. Like, the damage is a little bit not great. But that was, what, a less than 60-second boss fight? So, like, if you're used to, like, if you're doing super twink builds right now where you're one-shotting all leveling bosses, then yeah, that's not great. But it can get through the campaign. It just sucks that Incinerate and Flame Blast are both, or Living Bomb are... I really wish there was ways you could get more support gems into it early on. But it only having 2 support... I'm level 40? What level am I? Yeah, I'm level 40, and having only 2 support gems in it is just really awkward. I feel like I need to adjust that curve. I don't know when I get my 3rd one is. But, like, about to be in Cruel with only 2, that feels really weird. Exile. Yeah, the navigating Act 3 is just like awful with all the like the time stuff and like which ziggurat encampment I'm trying to go to, or which one's the past one, which one's the future one, and then like you have like 8 different load screens when you're in the past. It's just like it needs to be cleaned up. I'm curious how much of it is bad because of the transition to Act 4 being postponed. Because we have this weird loop of Act 3 twice, so like maybe this whole finality is scuffed right now because it's going to look a little bit different when Act 4 is out. Is there a POB up for it? Not yet, no. I just started the character today. I'll have a leveling guide out in a day or two. A full guide out in a day or two. Alright, let's go sacrifice the heart. See if I can find it. I mean, the clear is really good. Like, I'm literally just like walking through and tapping left click and like everything's dying reasonably well. The explosions are good, so I love this portion of this though, that's for sure. I imagine like mapping and like Waystone 15s and 16s is going to be great. It's just, can I get Flame Blast to solve a majority of the bossing issue? I don't know. The Flame Blast changes are really interesting. I do need a Divine right now. I normally don't like dealing with these load screens, but you know. Oh my god, these load screens. I don't even know where I have to go. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Where do I go? How do I get out of here? I'm going to my hideout. He's going to meet me at my hideout. This is the worst designed area. I hate Act 3. Oh, he left the party. He just said, fuck it, I don't give a fuck. I hate Act 3. Like, Act 1 and Act 2, what are we at? Like, 2.5 hour stream? Done in an hour. 90 minutes in Act 3 and I'm still not done because of all just the bullshit navigating you have to do. And they nerfed its length already. They can nerf it a third again and it's still too goddamn long. I cannot stand Act 3. And I just lost a sale because of these stupid ass load screens. Act 3 is the absolute worst. Absolute worst. Yo, man, I'm making a Thor Titan build. You should check it out because it looks like your type. The Thor builds are cool. Are you using Mjolnir? Dead Rabbit's got a really cool Thor Titan build that I checked out a week or two ago. You should see what his looks like. All that for nothing, man. All that for nothing. Obviously, it's just like upgrading my computer, you know, and I get better load screens, but... Oh, someone invited him at the same time? Lol. He still wants to buy it. That's alright. I'll still sell it. Let me sacrifice this. But yeah, it's just like an unoptimized early access game, and my computer is not the best.
There is power in brutality.
I can't even go to my hideout from here? What do you mean? The divine, is the divine worth it? Is the divine worth it? It doesn't feel worth it. It better let me go to my hideout from here. I hope it still has it marked. Because I have no idea. Oh my god. No, cool. Because he left the party. Is that it? Oh my god, that was it. We found it fast enough. Hell yeah. He left the original party, so it didn't auto-flag it for me. Yay! A divine orb! Okay. Let's see if we can get back to Doriani now. Get the hell out of Act 3. Ugh. Worst act, worst act. I do believe it, Spectre. I don't know how many raw divine drops I have gotten. I know it's more than 3, but like, for the amount of hours I have put into this patch, the amount is way too low. Like, divs are just like, they're way too scarce. Way too scarce. Like, whenever someone pings you from the trade site, it'll like mark the item in your stash with like a red box. So it tells you which item it is. And I have like 100 breach rings in my stash up for sale right now. So when he joined the party and then he left it, so it unmarked it that it was the ring I was wanting to sell. He was wanting to buy. So I had to manually find which ring it was. So flag wasn't the right word, but it like marks it for you. So you know which... I think it's right here is where I'm going. Yeah, like, the juicing in this patch is just way harder. It's just way more annoying. Like, the way it's executed in PoE 1 is so much better with Scarabs, but like, if they want to make towers a core of the gameplay, like, towers shouldn't juice the maps in the area. They should juice my next 10 maps. Because the problem with towers is you have to find not just a tower, but you have to find an area with towers overlapping. But also, the towers have to be overlapping, not over a lake, because you want it to hit as many maps as humanly possible. And, ideally, these overlapping towers that are not in a lake are also over a corrupted area, so you can uncorrupt it. And you have to travel like 500 maps to find this perfect location. And then you have to invest like 15 divine into those tablets, into the waystones, into like, it's just so goddamn much. Like, I'm not interested. You lost me at step 1. You lost me at step 1. And there was 5 steps there. And they got expensive too. There should be, you know, investment costs, right, to farming this stuff. But the tower execution of it is just so poo-poo. It's just really bad. Like, you have to deal with the RNG of getting towers, Like, one, just straight up remove the ability for towers to overlap. Period. Like, the fact that you can have towers overlapping means that any situation you run into where towers aren't overlapping is not an ideal scenario. So period, plain and done, remove the ability for towers to overlap. Because then you either need to set it up to where towers always overlap or towers never overlap. So just remove that. And then, yeah, just make juicing maps better. But the fact that, like, you have to find overlapping towers, and the layout of the area actually matters to that. Because if you have a big, like, lake or a river there, that you're missing half the maps that you could be juicing. Like, so you could finally find that multi-tower setup, and the difference between having 2 towers and 3 towers. Oh my god. Like, that difference can be the difference between netting you 15 divine and 100 divine. Like, I definitely like that there is some form of, like, chase investment cost flip version of, like, divine farming, but that's not a farm you're ever going to see me interact with.
Sacrifice is the only path to survival.
Sorry, I went straight into the boss fight. I'll read your guys' responses after the boss.
This ends now. I can't give up. I must save my people.
You know why we're here?
It happened! It cannot be stopped!
No, I will succeed. No, dude. I've stopped you so many times. You don't understand how time travel works.
End of the world is nigh. I will burn you alive. The destruction of Atsuater will be repaid 1,000-fold. Atziri will soon begin her ascension. Out of my way or die. Now!
Yeah, we haven't had a weapon upgrade in a long time, and because of our weapon skill level like scaling us directly, is probably why we haven't unlocked new support gems. Like, if I had bought better leveling weapons along the way, this damage would probably be better. It's still fine. I've had way slower kills on League start, so. And I'm not dying. Can I tank that? Oh yeah, that didn't even hurt me. Holy shit. 81% fire res, so tank. What was this, like a 60-second fight? No, we're after phase 1. Phase 2 is 60 seconds. Maybe like 45 seconds for phase 2, so like maybe a 2.5 minute, 3 minute fight. Really, it's just really limited by this. Like, if I had 2 more support gems, I would feel way better about my damage. Like, this is the biggest pain point for leveling via Living Bomb only. Everything about it is awesome until you get to bosses, and your damage is nerfed because you can only have 2 support gems.
And help save the future.
The legacy of the Val must be protected.
Yep, your Atlas matters so much. And, like, playing PoE 1, like, I loved how the Atlas worked in that game. I freaking loved it. I had 3 different Atlas trees that, like I could, like, load out so I could swap between. And, like, you would target your Atlas towards a very specific form of content. Right now, your Atlas, I don't even know if you can open it on this character. Yeah, I don't think so. Like, you just have, like, all of the breach points already. And then you have, like, all of the, like, just clearing pinnacle content gets you those points. But, like, in PoE 1, I felt like I was investing into those league mechanics. Like, I invested into playing Delve. I invested into playing these mechanics. And, like, it felt way better. But, yes, to your point, though, Atlas still matters in PoE 2 to juicing the stuff. Like, you have to have the right loadout for that type of content. Like having like because like juicing the modifiers on those tablets when they're like 8 tablets being overlapped on 3 different like tower loadouts, like it juices it a lot. The 3rd support slot is 41 plus, so if I had a level 41 plus staff right now, I could be using the 3rd support gem. But right now, my next upgrade's 46. Right? Well, I think I had 2 level 46 staffs I wanted to test, too. And then, yeah, fire spells in general are interesting. Well, I have made that. So we're talking about raw divine drops, Celtic. In terms of like currency exchange, like using Alva, I've made hundreds of divine. Like flipping exalts in divine, like Citadel farming. Like I have farmed so many divines via Citadels, probably over 100 divines from turning crisis fragments into currency, right? Like, doing that as well. Yes, I do that all the time. We're talking about raw divine drops, though. Like, juicing maps to getting, like, 5 to 10 divines to 100 divines per hour, right? Like, that's what PoE 1 players are used to doing, is, like, juicing maps and seeing raw divines drop. And for me, seeing raw divines, I've seen maybe 15 to 20 hit the ground over the course of this entire league, and that might be too many. But actual divines that I've flipped through, yeah, I've seen a lot, you know. Like, Alva, you can print divines if you know how to farm other content. Ritual, omens, stuff like that. Without Alva, it would be a very different game, right? Like, we could make... That's why solo self-found is so difficult. Because you can't use Alva in solo self-found. But yeah. We're talking about raw, like, just the physical drops. No, I sold 3 pieces of gear yesterday for 60 divine. So I've seen plenty of divine, you know. And inflation just out of control right now. And then, yeah, I like all of 0.1, Temple of Chaos was my #1 farm. Like you said, Bowden. I in 0.1, all I farmed was soul cores, and I made so much divine that way. So much divine that way. I can't wait for this level 46 staff upgrade. Killing the Miller this slow is bad. I don't know if you're still here. I forget. Your name started with a C. If you're still here, earlier I teased you about saying my DPS was low. Now you're allowed to say my DPS is low. We're starting to taper off now. But again, I'm blaming the 2-link. The 2-link is a real problem. Yeah, I saw that, Zoop. I saw that. Like, traveling between towers and stuff. Like, the #1 way I have mapped this patch is through towers and using the Grand Project to warp around the map. And just chasing citadels. So, like, moving around the map faster is something I am definitely about. Alright. I think all of this is, like, my endgame gear I purchased. 60, 60, 61... This is my level 70 chest, 70 boots. I can swap to these soon, but I don't know if I'll need it. 75 helmet, my endgame staff, my other endgame staff. Okay, so I'm done with my early game stuff then. We're only on to... We only have staff upgrades until we get to the endgame gear.
It's beautiful. Accept.
Oh, I forgot to start using flame ability. Or a Mana Tempest.
I swear it.
I forgot I was supposed to be using Mana Tempest. So it's different, I think, between spells and weapons. I think for melee levels, you guys are right. I can prove this right now. I can prove this right now. For melee levels, it works that way, but for spell weapons, it's different. For spell weapons, it scales off the level of the staff you're using, but for melee weapons, it scales off of your player level. Bowden's saying yes, so I'm not even going to check it. I'm not even going to check it, because I know that's how it works, because level 90 using Mace Strike, you get the 5 slots. But I level 90, I was using this staff just testing the Living Bomb stuff on my Smith of Katava yesterday. I was using this staff on my level 91 Smith of Katava yesterday, and I only had a 4 link. Because it's a level 84 staff. If this was a level 90 staff, it would have the 5 link because the spell is not level 90. But your Mace Strike scales off of your player level. That's the difference. It's because this is not a level 90 gem. It's only a level 84 gem. Spellcasting iterations follow item level. This game's so confusing, man. Like, no one's like, we're technically wrong because you were operating off of like it working. Like, it's such a different. But yeah, so like, for spells, it's different than melee. If I was using a melee skill, I would have the other one differently. Or I would have Mace Strike. I would have it by now. But because I'm using this spell, the level 36 staff is not enough. It has to be a 40 whatever staff. Very different. It's very weird. I don't know why they set it up that way, but it's different. Maybe that was an oversight on their end. That's what I'm thinking, officer. Like, it has to be an oversight, right? Like, the system's like, maybe one of them was set up differently early on, and then they forgot to swap the old one back to the new one. It's very confusing. Very confusing. But hell yeah, Fabio. Yeah, I tried Living Bomb in 0.1. I did a Bomberman build on a Titan. Alright, let's chest this thing. It's working. You see that? Holy shit. You saw me shock with Living Bomb, right? You guys saw the shock? Mana Tempest. Empowered spells gain 71% of damage as lightning damage. 30% of mana spent while in the storm is added to this skill's mana cost, but Living Bomb doesn't have a mana cost. I was getting the full benefit of Mana Tempest there. With none of the downside. Hell yeah. That's a big dub for the build, right? That's just free damage. You have to stand still. But... so it's not like I'm going to use it when mapping, but for bossing, if I can, like, stand still... is it possible to get level 90 staff? I don't know if you can get level 90 staff with Living Bomb. Is the spell split happening? Does it spell split? I don't know. Let's see here. Oops. Hold on, let me get away. See if I can see a spell split. It didn't look like it. It doesn't look like the spell split's happening. I'm not seeing 2 Living Bombs go off. If it is splitting, it's casting Living Bomb twice on the same target, and you can't have it on the same target, so it's just, like, refreshing it. It's not splitting it and casting it on a second nearby target. Which would be, like, the ideal thing to happen. Hey, OCN, thanks for hanging out, bro. Hope to catch you soon, man. Take care, dude. You can get max of level 84, 85. Does that feel like an oversight on your guys' end? Like how melee skills can, like Mace Strike specifically, can go up to level 90, but like Living Bomb, a spell skill, is capped at 19? I have Overabundance on, so I don't have that cap. I can get 2 living bombs up. So then why? So it's just not working then? Yeah. So yeah, duh. What my thought process there was wrong. I can have 2 on the same target. I've done that before. It's just the unleashes whatever the aspect is here is happening. And I don't think it's working, unless it's instantly putting 2 on the target. But I'm not seeing 2 on the target. So you can have 2 on a target. Yes, but this is probably not putting 2 on the target. I do think it's an oversight. Yeah, it's like one of my problems I have with Living Bomb is like there's also no Prism of Belief. Like you can get the +3 spell skills from Prism of Beliefs. There's no Prism of Beliefs for skills like Living Bomb. Like I assume something like that's gonna happen eventually, right? So, absolutely an oversight. It feels that way. Because, yeah, like, never being able to get a 5 link into Living Bomb. I might have to make a video about that. I'm guessing there's never going to be a way to get 5 support gems into Living Bomb then. Like, that alone is a bigger L for the build than it not being level 20. Like, the damage from it being level 20, right? Like, we're just missing an entire support gem. I think I'm gonna make a video about it.
They still defend their land, even after all this time.
I don't know why, Kitsu. I'm like, when I learned that Living Bomb was on staffs in like 0.1, because like I like to play mages in games often, and like Living Bomb's like a big theme in like WoW Mage, like for farming and stuff. So I was like, oh hell yeah, but like I was really sad when it ended up on a staff. Like it's a really cool skill. Like, is it what I'm doing? Like, doesn't it look fun? Like you're literally just putting like these little bombs on people and they just explode. Like this is fun gameplay. I'm really sad this is limited behind a staff. But we're gonna make it work. I gotta remember to use Zenith. Not Zenith, the Cloud. The Cloud does a lot of damage, plus it shocks. I didn't realize it was gonna be shocking for me that fast. Like, Mana Tempest is awesome. That makes up a lot of your damage. And you're not draining any mana, because again, 0 mana spell. I probably walked by one of them over there, of course. This is not a viable league start, no. Hey, Curtis. Yeah, rip wands. Ooh, Spirit Gem, hell yeah. Yeah, them making Heralds not work with spells is really sad. It's funny, they showcased my Arctic Armor build, which was using Heralds with a spell. GGD did that, that build showcase of mine, and they nerfed it. You can't do that build anymore, at least not as well. You actually have to use Pathfinder now. You can't use Herald of Plague. Herald of Plague was better than Pathfinder. It ended up working better on a Blood Mage and stuff, but now you can't do it on Blood Mage because you have to use Pathfinder. Alright. Wow, the damage difference when you're inside the lightning cloud is insane. Wow. Mana Tempest is awesome. Holy crap.
Go with honor. There is nothing left to defend.
Wow. That helps a lot with the damage I was just complaining about. That is an awesome spell. I wish there was a way I could turn off the tornado noise. This is going to get annoying fast. Because I don't think they were expecting someone to be able to sit in it infinitely. But I am able to sit in it infinitely. Like, this is just noise pollution. But it's cool. This is like a big W for the build's damage. No, we don't want to do that. We want to do this. I love Living Bomb. This is like one of my favorite skills in the game right now. It's just not League Start because... I'm sorry, I got distracted. It's not League Start because you need the Living Bomb staff. And the Living Bomb staff gives you the Living Bomb skill, but you can't level the skill with skilled gems. You have to, like, you can League Start it, but you would be constantly having to stop and trade for a Living Bomb staff, like, every 4 to 5 levels. So, and it would just be, like... There's no way you'd be able to cleanly do it on League Start without, like, no, definitely not solo self-found. This is definitely not a solo self-found build. Yeah, I mean, you can get them, but, like, I'm using ones that have +4 to fire spell skills with good rolls. I also have +2 to spell skills on my amulet. I've also got +1 to spell skills on my helmet. Like, I'm not just using pyrophyte staffs. I'm using good pyrophyte staffs that I've bought, though, is the problem. So it's just like, could you do it solo self-found? Sure. It wouldn't be clean. I wouldn't recommend it. This is definitely like an alternate character. Like, you have some money, buy some pyrophyte staffs, and then go. Yeah, you could do it. You could definitely do it. It would either be slow and require you doing a lot of shopping, or slow because your damage is low. I have. I've done too many Black Flame Ring builds, especially with Incinerate. My fear is that once I put on Black Flame Ring, like, I will try Black Flame. I might try Ignite when I get Flame Blast, but anytime you put on Black Flame Ring and start doing an Ignite build, you eventually just start shifting towards an Incinerate build. And since right now I've gone into this with, like, a very specific goal in mind of just being this, like, infernal god of, like, flame blasting, living bombing, where I'm just super tanky 90 res, I don't think I'll be able to get 90 all res easily with Black Flame Rings.
What happened here? This, I finally will not.
Doesn't the skill cost mana? No, sir. It costs 0 mana. Pretty awesome. It is very nice. I have not had to worry about... I've been using Zenith this whole time, because I never go below on my mana, except when I cast Solar Orb and Mana Tempest, but I just shot.
Go make a legend or two. Reputation.
2 levels, and I can get a big damage upgrade, I imagine.
Here
God, it's just so shitty being on a 2-link for that long.
Tired of the slaughter yet?
52 after 46. Then 66. So 52 to 66 is actually a weapon drought. I might have to shop for a new one there. We'll see what my damage looks like when I get to that point. Gemling Living Bomb could be fine, for sure. The +1 spell gem level would be nice. What is Living Bomb? I think it's,
That which you hold.
what does its quality give again? I forget. Duration. Like, the quality is okay. I wouldn't say Gemling is required, but, like, it could work. I will never play Gemling, though. I am fully off the Gemling wagon. Boring.
Can't stay safe.
I'll go to town when I find Growwood, which is probably down here someplace. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's the boss. Where are you, Growwood? Oh, here it is. A Grim Tangle. That's what I was looking for. And once we hit level 46, it's hopefully going to be a pretty big damage upgrade. What is it? 2 gem levels? Yeah, I ain't about it, officer. I ain't about it. Gemling is for Path of Building players. Gemling is for people who love Path of Building. Who want to min-max their build to the craziest number potential. That's not how I play. Like I said, when I started this character, the concept of this character was I wanted to play a Smithic Katava. Like, if you took Smithic Katava, right, and you just, like, put him inside a furnace that was, like, flowing with magma, and he was just like taking a jacuzzi bath in it, and the Smithic Katava walked out and was just farting out hurricanes of fire. Like, that is the fantasy I went with this character. I just wanted to do as much fire spells as possible on a smith. That's the thought that went into it. And then we started. We went Living Bomb, Flame Blast, go. Like, there's no Path of Building involved here, and that's like the opposite of playing Gemling builds. If you play Gemling builds, you are someone who loves the min-maxy number game. And I like doing that kind of stuff to some extent, but I'd rather play the game. I'd rather just run through it and kill monsters, you know? What's funny is, Requelth, I don't think I'm even going to be using that skill. I'm probably not taking it. That skill is so bad, I'm not going to use it even in this build. Though, I'm going Smith just to be tanky. I want to hit 90 all-res. I want to literally just be like an elemental god. Like, that's just the theme. Like, he is someone who he is just, like, dipped in magma, and he is just, like, you don't use elements versus him. So, yeah, I'll just be doing the Ascendancy for the tankiness. I'm going to be able to hit 90 all-res. I'm going to have some pretty insane... so, normally, fire penetration... Excuse me, elemental pen, it stops at 0. But I got some gloves that make it go to -50. So that's like another aspect of it. Like, he's just not an elemental god, but he's so hot that he makes you go negative in your resistance. So I'm going to be using those gloves. I got a bunch of, like, penetrate fire res stuff. Like, we'll see how it goes. But that's it's just a theme, right? It's just like the theme of the character. It was just like a Smithakatava who took a lava bath. Great. Moments like this make that hurricane hard. Raising. There we go. The shocks from this cloud is so nice. I'm so glad I added on Mana Tempest. Mana Tempest is awesome. This is like the only build I would want to use this in, too. I don't know what other skill you would use it with. I'm sure there's other skills like this, I guess, that cost 0 mana. That from her spells. So I guess other, like Bone Blast or something. Yeah, this is the Taco Bell Katava. Like, you're just an inferno of just, like, farts. And that's, we haven't even mixed in Flame Blast yet. Like, the new Flame Blast, even though it's got a longer cooldown, like, I'm gonna be using Flame Blast on rares and stuff. Like, I know this looks slow. My goal is not to be using Living Bomb for rares and bosses. The goal is to use Flame Blast to just do a big damage burst of Flame Blast and see how long that carries us. Flame Blast, for some reason, is level 52 skill, so... Or 51. I don't know if that would work for that. I have no idea. I'll need to look through PoE Ninja to see what people are putting in it. I would imagine that would have to go into Living Bomb, though, for that to work that way, wherever my damage skill was. Alright. Almost level 46. At 46, we get 2 staffs we get to try on. We get a new support gem, plus many gem skill levels. Cloak of Flame. Right now, I am using Pariah's Embrace for the extra spirit and the life regen. Because the extra spirit's letting me run Blasphemy with... You wouldn't need Raging Spirits. Raging Spirits or whatever. They're nice because of the Culling Strike, I guess. But I wanted the extra spirit for Blasphemy. Alright, we are almost here. Yay! So the next 3 points, we're getting reduced skill effect duration. Perfect. These Living Bombs are going to be going off faster than we can cast them. Probably need to get cast speed at some point. Fuck that rare. He gets to live. Done with PoE 1. I don't know if I'm done with it. I'm definitely back on the PoE 2 grind. I've lost a lot of interest, though. I would say I'm mostly done. It just wasn't vibing with me. I don't know, I love the game. Like, the gameplay feel is just not for me. It's not for me. I'm gonna play it again in 3.27. I like the game enough that I think I'm going to be back. But it was not good enough that I'm gonna keep grinding it for, like, multiple builds like I do PoE, like I do this game. I thought I was gonna edge that better.
I call to you.
Your cruelty was immortalized.
But yeah, Coca Flame would probably be good. But right now, like, my defenses are great. Like, I'm 81% cap on raw res. But this is like, again, I'm able to buy, like, an Inferno class. You know, we're 2 months into the season. Good gear is cheaper than it should be. Well, I guess maybe not, depending on inflation, but... I do have good gear. Budget gear, but good gear. Wah, wah, wah. Yeah, I love them. Reflecting Thorn styles, you mean? Like that kind of stuff? Orc? Yeah. I love my Wind Dancer builds. I'll be league starting as a Thorns or Wind Dancer build next patch for sure. It's just at this point, this patch alone, I've done like 5 Thorns builds and 3 Wind Dancer builds. And I just did a Magma Barrier Shield Charge Chronomancer. So you know, there's only so much I can do that archetype without needing a break. But yeah, I still like, yeah. If people want to call me the Thorns Reflect guy, I don't, like, put up my hands and be like, wait, hold on now. I've done enough of those builds that I've forced the label onto myself, despite how many non-Reflect builds I do, you know? Like, I know next patch, I'm going to be revisiting my minion build I did this patch really fast. My Zerg Swarm build. Like, that's going to be a build I revisit, like, 2nd or 3rd build in 0.3. I actually need... Oh, that's tier 2. Never mind. I thought that was tier 3. So, Blood Barrier is okay. The only scenario Blood Barrier works in is when you're life stacking for Delirium. You can actually go Lazy Exile. She has a really awesome build with Blood Barrier, where you can AFK Simulacrum 4 on a Ritualist. The problem is, like, Blood Barrier requires, like, a content type that you're just, like, standing there. It's very slow. It works. It's really good. If you're a Simulacrum player and you wanted to farm Simulacrum, it's like the best idol build for that. One of them. But it's just not well-rounded. It's really slow at mapping. And it's reasonably slow for bossing. Will I do a Blood Barrier build? Potentially, but, like, there's already a really... The reason I haven't done one yet is because there's already a really good one done by somebody else, Lazy Exile. And her build is awesome. Like, it's actually, like, a min-maxed math build. It's, like, one of the most viewed builds on Mobalytics for the patch. Like, it's really good, so... If you're interested in Blood Barrier, definitely check out her build, for sure. But yeah, I've thought about it, but it's just not in the... It's not in a good... Like, it's like the way I would build it, it's already been made by Lazy Exile. And the way to make it better, needs more tools. Alright, I kind of want to try and level up before I fight Lachlan, however you say his name. Get a new set of mobs. Alright, I just want to hit 46 before Lackland because I want to test the new upgrades. Just to see what it does to the DPS on them. I could test it on Crowbell, but Crowbell's not like the best boss DPS fight. Neither is Lackland, to be honest. Luke Lon. Yeah, it's Lazy Exile did it on a Ritualist. Yeah, it really only works in Simulacrum. Like if Delve was a thing, I'm sure Delve it would be good in too. But in terms of mobility, all of my Reflect builds are just, like, way better. Because you don't have to, like, stand... Like, if that's a build, you actually have to stand there to deal damage. Like, the meme about Thorm's Reflect builds is that you have to stand there to deal damage. You have to be idle to deal damage. That's one you actually have to be idle to deal damage. Alright. Where's the density, Blizzard? Blizzard is the source of all problems in all games. So what's funny is that Mjolnir Thor build, that Dead Rabbit, and I always forget how to say the other guy's name. They both released it at the exact same time as my Wind Dancer build. And we all three used the same helmet. So that helmet alone, because we all three released the builds at the same time with the same helmet, that helmet went from 1 Exalt to like 15 Divines the next day. But yeah, that build, the Thor build was really cheap at first, but then 2 creators made really good builds of it. And, yeah. Alright, so 1432, so we gained 600 DPS with that one. Okay, so this one's better. But most importantly, we gained more than 600. We got our 3rd support gem. And for now, we will chest fast forward.
I will gladly honor this request.
Yep, I sold mine as well, Bowden. I sold my helmet a couple days after when I did the stat stacker version. It's what funded my stats. That's how I make all my money, you know, is I make a build, hopefully it does well, and then one of the items sells good from it.
This doesn't make any sense.
It's happened like 3 or 4 times now. Like last patch, I bought my Magma Barrier Prism of Belief for like 10 Exalts, and I sold it for 60 Divine. Oh yeah. That is considerably more damage. It's still not like one-shot territory, but for Living Bomb... Oops, I got rid of the cloud on accident. The upgraded staffs helped a lot. Oop! Can't tank Lackland. Can't tank Lackland. Not that slam, at least. This DPS is way better, though. I gotta stop trying to sit in the lightning cloud on him. It's too hard. There we go. Man, that damage is way better. The staff upgrades are super important for this spec. Yeah, like when I make the leveling guide, I just gotta hammer that home. That if you're gonna commit to this, maybe go through and buy a a staff at each level bracket if possible. Because going 10 plus levels without upgrading your staff, like, again, that damage wasn't bad the last few bosses. They were sub 60-second kills, but the damage upgrade is significant from. Like, I was even struggling to kill white mobs there for a little bit. Not struggling, it was 2 living bombs, but. It's almost instant detonation now, by the way. Like, before it was about, like, a second detonate, and I don't even have these points here. Maybe these points aren't needed. This seems pretty damn instant, doesn't it? What is that, like a 0.2, 0.1 second delay? Maybe 0.2, 0.3 second delay? I don't know if it'll get faster with more points. We'll have to assess. But this is like an almost instantaneous explosion. I can't even get 2 out at once. So maybe these points aren't needed at all. Or if I do get them, I don't need fast forward. How much is fast forward? 30%? And this is 8, 16, 32. So this section here is 2 more percent in total. Like, so if I don't need to stack both, I'll have to test later. I can completely just ditch fast forward and get another damage gem. But maybe with a faster cast speed, you're really just like machine gunning them out. So that's something to test. Is like, I need to get a faster cast speed. But this is already like really like, this is nice. That's like it. You're like snapping your fingers and like boom. Like, it's kind of cool from like the fantasy perspective. I mean, yeah, I'm killing rares super fast when I do the whole setup too. Yeah, that's what, well, no matter what, I'm pathing up here to get this stuff, so you're saving 6 passive points. Because no matter what, I'm going to be taking Volcanic Skin and Cremation, because I'm doing the fire exposure, damage fire, penetrates fire resistance thing. I want to test at least. So no matter what, I'm coming up here and getting here and here. And then if I do Ignite with Flame Blast, I'm getting Burnout too. So no matter what, I'm getting this area. This is only 6 passive points, but you're right. If I don't need this, I would 100% rather have the support gem, like, freed up. Or if I don't need the support gem, it would be better to, like, path there and get the support gem, or, like, vice versa, right? Like, who knows what's better there, but I'm already getting pretty close. And then by pathing this way and getting this, it also puts me 2 support passives from a jewel socket. So it's possible that I commit to this and then ditch fast forward. But we'll see what happens long term. I don't need Freight Burn. I'm going Smith. I want to be 80%. I want to be 90% res cap. I want to just be as tanky as possible. I don't think I'm going to go Titan. Like, if you're trying to do, like, I've just done too many Titan builds. Like, Titan's probably better just because of Hulking Form, right? Like, Hulking Form's so overpowered with something like this. I've already done so many Titan builds, though. Chronomancer might also be good. Whenever we add on Flame Blast, I think you'll see why Chronomancer will be good with the cooldown reset, but maybe Blood Mage would be good too. Blood Mage might actually be really good. Blood Mage actually might be best. I don't know who would be tankier, Blood Mage or Smith. Smith's probably tankier. Blood Mage with, like, the crit, I bet that would be really cool. Got him shocked. I really like the Mana Tempest tech. Mana Tempest with Living Bomb is super clean. Alright. Can I see the duration? Seed duration is 0.25 seconds. So I actually didn't even need to do that like fake math I was doing earlier in my head. I want to remove those. I want to see like if there's like, is it capped at 0.25? Because that 0.25 seemed very specific to me for some reason. Like I happened to land exactly on 0.25. No, my brain tells me 0.25 is like the bottom cap for the duration, but I don't know for sure. Maybe it did math out perfectly that way. We'll see. I'm going to remove one passive point and see how much it adjusts it. Titan would be the real test because Titan would get it like much lower with hulking form. Okay. So 0.25, remove that, 0.36. Okay. So maybe it did just happen to land perfectly on 0.25. Wait, no. Hold on a second. Why is it going to 0.36 off of 30% less skill effect duration, but also with 16%? Or am I reading wrong? It's the same time, despite the time. So is it actually capped at 0.25? So I feel like the math, I can't do math. I don't know what I'm fucking talking about. Either way, right now, I can't use one without the other and hit that 0.25. So Titan might get you to whatever would be lower, but I need both for now to get it as fast as possible. Whether I'm benefiting from that based off my cast speed, I don't know. That's where like Path of Building and stuff is like where like not smart people like me go to figure this stuff out. Okay. Nothing I'm going to equip soon. Oh, maybe these gloves. You ever play P1, but now you gotta do it? I did this build on a Titan in 0.1. I never made a video about it because I struggled to clear bosses with it. What I was doing, though, it was called I called it my Bomberman Titan. The name of the character was called Kall Bomberman, and I was using Frost Bomb and Living Bomb. And I was trying to use Frost Bomb to make up for the damage I was lacking on Living Bomb. And I just, like, struggled to clear any Pinnacle content with it, so I never made a video about it. But now I'm, like, less picky about my builds. I should have just warped over here. So if this doesn't kill, like, +2 Zet, I'm not going to care. I just want to show a cool build. But yeah, Titan is, like, I did this build, a version of this build. Wow. Look at that instant detonation, though. Like, I definitely feel that point, what is it, 11 difference? Like, it's damn near instantaneous. That's cool. And then, yeah, on Titan, you got Hulking Form, which boosts all the small passive nodes. And you're getting a lot of small passive nodes. Now, obviously, you're not going to be able to get 90 res cap, like I'm going to be able to on this guy, hopefully. But here is 8%, 8%. So you're getting an extra 8% skill effect reduction from this area here. And then here's another 8%. So you're getting extra 16% skill effect reduction from Hulking Form. And, of course, you're getting a bunch of damage increases as well from Hulking Form, but specifically for making it detonate faster, Titan would be like the single fastest way to do it. But those are the reasons why I enjoy... Dude, this is so... That upgraded staff, like, completely changed my damage. Like, I went into this cruel area, like, struggling almost. Not struggling, but, like... But now everything is just obliterated. Feels way better. Always upgrade your staff with this build. I'm about to make that very clear in the leveling guide. I have a staff at every bracket. A Chronomancer would be cool. I just think Chronomancer only is good depending on how good Flame Blast is. I mentioned how I did this build in 0.1. I did it with Living Bomb and Frost Bomb. I'm going to do it with Living Bomb and Flame Blast now that they've changed Flame Blast to be hitting harder but a long cooldown. Depending on how good Flame Blast is for bossing, Chronomancer has the reset cooldown from now and then. And that could be insane for its single target DPS. But I don't know because I haven't messed around with Flame Blast in endgame yet in 0.2. But if, like, that ends up being really pivotal for the build, that's where Chronomancer could be god tier. Is if you're resetting the cooldown on Flame Blast, and you're just chunking bosses because of it. Because otherwise you're going to be waiting 24 seconds for the cooldown to come up. Like, I'm not even having to do my combo with Mana Tempest Solar Orb anymore on rares. I just kill them. But Blood Mage, if you, well, one, Blood Mage has its life stacking bullshit. Like, Blood Mage by default is one of the tankiest ascendancies in the game. But if you look at Living Bomb, its base critical hit chance is only 9%, which isn't bad. I think it goes down like 5% for some spell skills. But if you do a crit version of the build with Blood Mage, you can scale Living Bomb's crit higher, base crit higher. You can also do a lifesteal version, potentially. But when I think about, like, crit, I think crit could be really good for the build. That's why I think Blood Mage might be better. But Smith might be really good, too. Like, you're going to be able to put so much into offensives in your gear that you really just, like... Or your passives, that who knows? Am I going to use Heart of the Forge? No. Not even in this meme build will Heart of the Forge work, I'm afraid. Even here, Heart of the Forge sucks. I think Heart of the Forge is only for, like, melee builds anyway, right? This damage is significantly better. Always upgrade. That third jewel slot with the instant explosions now in the new weapon. Look at that. Textures load. I can see through the hole. Are you gonna go cast on a knight? I don't think so. Most cast on builds I've done aren't good. I just struggle to pull them off. I'm probably just going to be using Blasphemy with defensive layers. Like Temporal Change Flammability, or Temporal Change Enfeeble. Guessing this way then? Probably going a double curse setup though. Just make us a unkillable flame god. Like, there's no way this build is clearing tier 4 content. So I'm already just writing that off. Like, maybe it can clear tier 4 Simulacrum, but I doubt it. I bet it can handle Simulacrum well. Yeah, if you were to do a cast on with this build, it would be Blood Mage cast on crit. Was how I would approach that. He's trying to push me out of my cloud. He pushed me out of my cloud, you bastard. Am I dead? Oh, he didn't do the fast slam. I got lucky. Ah.
Revenge enough for what you've done.
Yeah, look how many heads he's chopped off. This dude's a dick. There's a pile of them. You didn't need to do that. Look at all those bugs. Gross.
None will stop me from enacting vengeance.
Maybe it's PoE only. PoE 1 only, Dovalin. I don't know. This is my first time doing one of those things before. Maybe it's just because I'm in the PoE 2 category, and I have to be specifically playing PoE 1. I have no idea, though. Yeah, I did see the ice storm. It sucked. Yeah, it's really bad. It is really bad. I didn't try it on a Blood Mage. I forget which class I tried it on. Maybe it was my Chrono. But the damage was just awful. And it goes back to what we talked about early in the stream about how hard it is to scale Living Bomb right now. And we talked about how, like, Mace or attack skills will unlock the 5th support gem at level 90, but for the character, but for the weapon has to be 90 for spell skills. Like, there's a lot of friction with, like, if like any unique weapon spell is going to struggle. This is how they've all been set up. Because weapons for spells, they have to scale off of the spell gem level within the weapon, and then you need good stats on the weapon, and then you need to have, hopefully, levels to that gem skill, like cold spell skills or something. And then you hopefully have a Prism of Belief for that skill, and it's lacking all of those things. It's just, there's no way to get it good. It, like, all of the like, I very rarely want to, like, give GGG shit because I love, like, 99% of what they do. But the new uniques they added, they got people hyped for absolutely nothing. All of the new uniques kind of suck. Except for the new Pinnacle content one that 99.9% of the player base doesn't get to play with, so why was it even added? The frogs? The frogs from the quiver? That sucks. At least in my initial testing. Maybe someone will come out with something really cool, but, like, all of the new uniques that they hyped up ended up being really, like, bleh. Yeah, the arrow, the bow is cool, but the bow, to me, like, you just slotted that bow into an already functioning build. You didn't make a build around that bow, so it was, like, not cool to me in that sense. They really are. They do not want to give the player real power at all. Anytime we get real power, it almost often comes with, like, a downsides. They gotta punch you in the face. Kick you in the nuts if they're gonna give you anything good. Which is fine. Like, in a lot of cases, it's not bad. But in too many cases, it just definitely comes off as they are scared to, like, like, I don't know what they're afraid of. It's the early access. Now's the time to take swings and miss. Yeah, my bad, Dovalin. I didn't realize that. I probably should have.
Another one. He's under there. That's him. One of us will not leave this manor alive.
Yeah, it's the... I lost a lot of respect for people in the PoE community based off how they reacted in 0.1 and then how they follow-up reacted to similar scenarios in 0.2. Like, a lot of people were just children following a narrative to, like, for whatever reason. Not able to think for themselves. And, yeah. If anything, Lightning Spear is worse than Spark was last patch. Yet people are just kind of like, yeah, this is just how Lightning Spear is, though. It's just the way the skill's gonna be. Like, it wouldn't be Lightning Spear if it wasn't doing this. And it's just like... the meltdowns y'all were having in patch 0.1 over similar stuff... Same, Dove. And I'm not saying they shouldn't complain or they should not complain. Like, I don't have a problem with Spark and Lightning Spear. Like, I have never understood the people that cry about that shit. You know what? If I don't like Lightning Spear or Spark, I don't play Lightning Spear or Spark. And it doesn't impact my gameplay experience at all. Crazy, I know. It's unreal to think about that, but that's just how it works, you know? If that's how Spark and Lightning Spear play, I am completely okay with that. In fact, I think it makes sense that those abilities are like... maybe the numbers need to be tuned, but of course Spark and Lightning Spear should. They're lightning spells. They should work like that. Spark should 100%, when you fully invested into it, be multi-clear screening. Like, duh. If you don't like that, don't play it. It's... yeah, the contradicting thing, Dovalin, is like the biggest thing for me with the PoE 1 community. They contradict themselves nonstop. The entire interview he did, I was not a fan of. Like, I have gone on record many times saying I violently hated that interview with a passion, and did not understand the community's reaction to it, praising it to the extent that it was. I was, like, disappointed in it and, like, embarrassed by it. And throughout that interview was just contradiction after contradiction after contradiction. Like,
They're insane.
they hear their chat, like, cry about something that they don't experience, and then they try and, like, figure... like, I don't know. Like, it is... yeah. The Try interview was the best dev interview, hands down. Like, no dev interview... like, of all the dev interviews, I haven't finished any of them. I usually watch the Rax recap, because, like, half the questions end up boring me.
You are nothing but a tyrant.
The Try interview is the only one I finished. Like, even the Gazzy Darth ones, like, I couldn't get through them all the way. That was pretty good DPS.
What you promised.
I think not.
Well, that's what that interview felt like to me, Dovalin, was that was someone... it wasn't an interview, it was somebody pushing a narrative for their community to get a reaction. Because, again, I said the entire reaction to that interview was confusing to me. You know the meme from South Park where the guy's, like, rubbing his nipples? Like, that's how I felt Ziz and his community reacted to that interview. Like, we were assholes to the devs, and then they did a patch that happens in every early access game that fixes a bunch of bugs, but we're gonna take all the credit for it because we were rude in an interview. Like, that is the vibe I got from that entire thing. I was entirely off-put by it. Like, oh, you mean the early access patch that happens in every single early access game that fixes a lot of the problems. It came after an interview, and it fixed a bunch of problems. Crazy. But, like, they acted like the tone of the interview being, we're mad and you've ruined the game, is what did all of the fixing. And it was, like, productive. And, like, I'm just, like, very disappointed by the entire community. Not the entire community, obviously, but by those people that acted that way. It was like it turned me off to a lot of people. Like everyone who released a video after that interview that was like, yeah, Ziz really stuck it to those devs. We put them in their place. Yeah, PoE 2's gonna be saved. Like anyone who did that, like it was almost an instant unsub for me. Maybe not an instant unsub, but it's like you lost a lot of respect in my eyes. Like,
From the desert.
Did the interview have good questions? I am sure, yes. I'm sure, yes. It did have good questions throughout it. But the people that were praising the tone, like anyone who was just like, yeah, those GGG devs, they really got it, man. Ziz is a hero for championing all of us. Like, anyone who thought that was cool, who enjoyed that narrative, who enjoyed that tone, like, all respect lost. Like, it's gonna have to be earned back. Like, was the questions potentially good? Sure. But the tone, and I went into that interview with the exact opposite feeling of the community. I do need to preface that by saying that everyone going into that interview, not everyone, but the community was very upset going into that, the loud portion of the community was upset going into that interview. And I felt the exact opposite. So me going into that interview with Ziz and the devs was wanting Zizrin to defuse the situation. And in my eyes, he did the exact opposite. He leaned into it. He did the exact opposite. He did not defuse the situation. He was like, yeah, you guys really fucking blew it, huh? Like he didn't say that, obviously, but, like, he was, like, stoking the flames to where his viewers were like, yeah, this game does suck. Like, that's, like, he did not do what he should have been doing with that interview in my mind. And it wasn't just Zizarin's reaction that upset, like, the interview was not what really upset me to the point. It was the reaction to the community's reaction to the interview that upset me more. That nobody else, at least that I was watching at the time, reacted the exact same way I did. Like, I was really off-put by the interview, and then when I showed it to my friends, they were all like, yeah, I couldn't get through it. Like, Ziz was super rude. But everyone else on Reddit and stuff was saying that Jonathan was the rude one. It was just like, my optics was just a complete 180 going into it and going out of it than everyone else's. And, yeah. Just like, there was just a lot of people that were just like cheering it on after the fact. And I thought that was insane. None of that tone was needed in that interview for it to be productive. Now, sure,
Fear will best you.
maybe it wasn't as bad as I'm making it out to be, but it was pretty rough at times. It did not need to be contentious at all. There was no need for it to be contentious. It's like these children do not understand what an early access unfinished game was. Like, they wanted this game to release as good as, with as much content as PoE 1. And it's just, yeah. And if it happens again in 0.3, I am going scorched earth. I'm going to go nuts on these people. If they act again this way, the same way the shitstorm these creators have caused in 0.1 and 0.2, if they do the same exact meltdown at the start of 0.3, where it's like, oh my god, it's not PoE 1 suddenly. The single patch didn't add 30 layers of content, then fixed crafting, and added all the new classes in a single patch. How is it not fully fixed in a single, like, these people don't think. They expect the game to go in a single patch from an early access game to as fleshed out as PoE 1, and then they just, like, they think they're justified in their reactions. It's really weird. They just don't understand the game they're playing, and it's not done. But what do you mean by why the campaign balance is so bad? What is bad about the campaign balance? And what is that? Why does that need to be asked? And how does it need to be asked in that way? Like, if you're asking, does the question, why is the campaign balance so bad? That is not a question that needs to be asked. That is a shithead question to ask. The balance in the campaign, from my perspective, has never been bad. I have leveled so many builds this patch just fine through the campaign. My league start was fantastic. There was a few skills that needed some balance love, sure, but you know what happens when you play an early access game that's releasing an entire new archetype of skills and classes? It's gonna be unbalanced. It's okay to point out that they're unbalanced, but when you're emotional and you're saying something like, you know, the state of the campaign's really bad, like, we're in an unfinished product. What are you expecting? You don't need to be going in with that tone. You go in with the tone of, we all understand it needs to get better, point out what's wrong, but when you're like, the community is really upset because the state of the game is just really bad. It's like, and then you're doing that with every question. Well, now that we've talked about the campaign being bad, let's talk about, like, crafting being bad. It's like, it's the tone. It's like, why are we needing to be like, every question, like, oh, it's just not good enough because it's not PoE 1. Yeah, we're in early access, my guys. It's not as good as PoE 1, and it won't be for 2 to 3 years. And if that is the mentality you're going to go into, like, this game right now, don't play it until 1.0, right? Like, that's how I feel about it. Like, if you're going to be getting, like, agitated and, like, angry at the fact that it's not balanced, that is where the problem is with you. It's okay to be like, yes, we need to fix these things, but it's just the way it's getting phrased. It's like, why is the campaign balance so bad? Like, that's not a question you ask. The question you ask is, so right now spears are struggling with these specific spear skills, with these specific support gems. What are you guys looking at and stuff? But just going like, the balance of the campaign is bad, that's not a question. That is you just being a twat. Like, there's giving feedback, and then there's pushing a narrative. I guess that's the sentiment I'm trying to get here. I point out this game's flaws plenty. I have a 30-minute video on my channel I uploaded the other day where I am just pointing out all of the problems with Thorns, right? But I would never open an interview with a developer or someone who's put their heart into something the way Ziz did. Like, the first 3 questions are literally just, like, making someone feel bad. Why do you need to do that? Why does that tone need to be said? You know? Point out the problems, but, like, when your opening line is, a lot of people are really unhappy right now, it's like, why do you think that was phrased that way? Do you think he phrased his opening sentence with, why do you think, like, that, like, do you think that's being productive? No. This interview is an old interview. I don't know why we went into it. I forgot what started the prompt. I've gone on this rant a few times before. I actually have a whole video I released in response to the interview forever ago calling out the PoE community. This is an old interview. Yeah. It's irrelevant. It's old stuff. But again, I also want to preface this with, I went into that interview with the exact opposite stance. This is very important to note. I went into it, I was not upset with the game, and I was not, like, I was wanting the interview to calm people down. So I went in with different mindset and different expectations for what the interview was to be, and it was the polar opposite, right? So I'm extra, like, flustered by that, more than I probably should be, because I wanted something else. Again, Juice Peon, if that is your mentality, you are not emotionally mature enough to play an early access game. if you are not emotionally mature enough to, like, you cannot open up a conversation with someone with, this game is trash. If you think PoE 1 is trash, like, you're dumb. There is nothing trash about this game. If you are not emotionally mature enough for you to not be able to go, this game is trash, because an early access game is unbalanced, don't play the early access game. Oh, okay, this guy's just an idiot. Give me a sec. No need to follow up on that conversation. That guy's just dumb. Moving on. This guy just literally said this game's a copy pasta of PoE 1. These are the... Like, I want to be clear, when I reference the idiots of the PoE 1 community, it is 99.9% of you. It is just those guys. The dumb of the dumb. The mouth breathers of the mouth breathers. He barely made it out of bed this morning to think that this game is a copy pasta of PoE 1. And the fact that PoE 1 exists means this game's not early access. Like, that's the leaps of, like, that's, like, I turn off, like, a streamer or like, stop listening to someone's argument when they open up with, how long can they use the early access excuse for? As long as they are in early access. Like, what do you mean? As long as it is an unfinished product, they get to use that excuse. Like, these people are stupid. Yeah, when you release an entire new archetype that's bad, or that has, like, bug problems, you're allowed to point out those problems. But again, the point is, if you're not emotionally mature enough that you can't go, like, you have to open that conversation with, this game is trash, it's so much worse than PoE 1, what are you doing? Like, you're a child, don't play an early access game. Like, because this person that typed this, he for sure did not play PoE 1 during its early access when it was way worse than this game in its current state. So it's just like, these guys don't think. They some silly gooses. Yeah, that I don't know why it's so hard to convey that. Maybe I'm saying the message wrong or something, Dov. Like, you're allowed to criticize the game. I have a 30-minute video where I'm, like, pointing out all the problems with Thorns. There's so much I dislike. Like, you know why I make so many characters in this game? Is because the end game sucks. You know why I don't play solo self-found? Because the crafting sucks. But I would never open up an interview with someone who made the game with, yeah, everyone's really unhappy because the game you made's in a bad state. Like, what does that solve? It's about being productive. It ain't about, like, not, you can point out problems. And if you are so upset with the game that you feel like you hate it that bad, you should disassociate. If you feel the need to say that to someone, and again, we're not talking about Ziz at this point. This is talking about Juice Peon. Juice Peon said he was so upset with the state of the game that he felt he had to say these things to the developers. That's just like a level of unhinged that's, like, you just need to, like, disassociate. That's not the right build I'm playing right now, Scora. We should probably change the subject, though. I'm letting myself get tilted over it. And obviously, like, anytime I talk about it, it almost feels like it turns into me shit-talking Ziz. I've been a fan of Ziz for a long fucking time. And I've watched almost all of his dev interviews. This is the first one of his dev interviews that I was just, like, off-put by like that. And again, I think a lot of part of it was because I went into it with a mentality of, like, I wanted people to calm down, and I didn't think that was the case. And just to like to finish off on what on that juiced peon conversation, like I'm not saying that he's wrong for not liking this game, by the way. Like, there's a lot of people who don't like PoE 2 that are big fans of PoE 1. After I just got done replaying PoE 1, I've said it like a few times on this stream. They are very different games. They are so different in feel and how they are executed. PoE 2 was supposed to be an update for PoE 1, an expansion, and then they made it PoE 2 because they realized it wasn't the same game. So anyone who doesn't like PoE 2, I'm never going to argue with you to try and convince you that you should like PoE 2 more than PoE 1. Because they're just different games at the end of the day. There's not going to be much crossover in my mind. If you, like, maybe some people will like both a lot, but there are going to be plenty of people who only like PoE 1, and there are going to be plenty of people who only like PoE 2. But if you don't like something, that doesn't mean you can't be emotionally mature about your analysis of it. Because, let's just say, you did have your talk with Jonathan Rogers, and you got to tell him that you got to tell him that, yeah, dude, the campaign's really bad, the build balance is bad. He'd be like, okay, so what should change about it? Well, there's just not much diversity right now, and it just needs to get better. Okay, so what aspects of it should get better? Like, these mouth breathers, they just drool the same drivel, but they don't have anything to, like, follow up with. Like, please, give me a list of builds you want buffed for Jonathan Rogers, and then I'm sure he would look into buffing them. But I can tell you there are, like, 30, 40, 50 builds I've played by now that all level through the campaign just fine. You did not know what skills to use at the time. You did not know what support gems to put in those skills. Why? Because you're using brand new skills with brand new balance, with brand new uniques and classes. Like, that shit takes time to figure out. But it's not balanced because I didn't fart my way through the campaign easily with my brain off like PoE 1. I'm autistic. Sometimes I go on these rants when I let people get under my skin. Is this changing the subject? Fuck you, Curtis. Can you explain how your build works really quick? It's just Living Bomb. The staff, Pyrophyte staff, gives you the spell skill Living Bomb. It's like, it's got you put a bomb on someone, it's like all bombs, it's got a detonation timer. And then I stack skill effect reduction, or reduce skill effect reduction, to get its detonation time to 0.25 seconds, and then I'm just spamming living bombs. Smith the Kataba because it's super tanky.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm only using Blasphemy for the Fire Res Curse right now. At some point, I'm hoping to have enough fire penetration to where I won't need the Fire Res Curse, and the Fire Res Curse is going to turn to Blasphemy, or not Blasphemy, Temporal Change and Enfeeble for defensiveness. I like warriors in general. Like, warriors, just like, I'm a warrior kind of guy. I play warriors in a lot of games. Like, if you look at half the characters, builds I make, they often end up on warriors for... I don't know, warriors are just easy to make tanky. I like being melee and stuff. I chose Smith the Katava because I'm wanting to hit 90 all-res. I want to just be, like, super tanky with the build. It's just for a theme of being, like, this brick furnace that you, like... You can't, like, this steel furnace that you just can't, like... No matter what you hit him with, he just takes all the beating, but he's also, like, flinging the fire back at you, right? That was the theme of the build. Titan, probably better, from a mathematics standpoint. I did a version of this build in 0.1 on a Titan originally. If I had not done that, I would be doing it on a Titan right now. So... Chronomancer could also work. What's the other sorcerer ascendancy called? Stormweaver? Maybe you can make Stormweaver work. PoE 2 is so much more exciting to me because it hasn't been completely solved. Yeah, that's part of it for me too. Like, obviously every patch is just this Wild West, right? The only reason I'm playing this patch still is because the balance got completely turned upside down this patch. Like, every skill gem got rebalanced. The discovery aspect is the only reason I'm playing it this much. That's for sure. I don't know if it's necessarily needed for me to play it long term. I really like the gameplay. Bossing is super fun. But the game definitely is just a Wild West right now, where every patch is just like... Yeah. Game changing. Yep. I mean, I didn't have a level 8 Spirit Gem either, Dove. Then level 8 Spirit Gems are 3 Divine right now. Yeah, when I played PoE 1, my biggest complaint was I didn't feel any friction. Until I got to super deep in the end game. Like, there was no discovery. Like, even as someone who didn't know what he was doing, like, everything just kind of worked. And in this game... I don't know, this game, like, is constantly, like, bending you over. It is a challenge. It's a very different game. Like, I don't know how other way to phrase it. Like, PoE 1 and PoE 2, they're just very different.
Face me. These statues are older than anything I've ever seen.
Yeah, bossing in this game is, like, it's better than any other ARPG, like, hands down. Like, obviously, if you're doing the one-shot builds that delete every bosses, you're not getting the best experience, right? But to me, like, when I'm going through the game, like, boss fights are constant challenges for my build. And, like, right now, we haven't been, like, getting new bosses, right? Like, 0.2 added no new bosses, right? Like... Patches are going to be constantly adding loads of new bosses. GGG said that even the bosses in our current zones, we're getting more bosses. And then we're getting Act 4, 5, and 6. Then we're getting more Pinnacle content. It's just like... Bosses is like the best part of the game, and we're going to get double the bosses at least. And we don't even have, like, pinnacle, like, uber super stuff. Like, plus 4 Zet's not even hard. And that's, like, our hardest boss content right now. I don't really count Arbiter, because he's, like, no one uses Arbiter for testing your build. Oh yeah, no, there's like so much about PoE 1, like, the vendors and stuff are awesome. And the vendor recipes, like, while I was streaming my launch, and someone told me to, like, sell my Fireball skill gem and something else. I forget what it was. And it gave me a wand with +1, like, cold spell skills or something like that. Like, that kind of shit's cool as fuck. Like, I love all that stuff. And then mercenaries were cool, too. I don't want them exactly added to this game like this. I think they're too overpowered. But, as someone who never does group play and always has wanted, like, aura bots, I do like the idea of, like, getting yourself mini aura bots. What level am I? 50? My next staff is 52, 52, 52's next upgrade. Okay. when it comes to like the non-boss, now that I've added Mana Tempest, the bossing is a lot better. But outside of bossing, this is like one of the most satisfying builds I've played. Like, this is super fun to just like... It's literally that like wizard fantasy of like, you snap your fingers and like the area blows up. Like, it's just like instant, like, from me playing the game, right? The feedback of me left clicking and the explosion instantly happens, similar to like almost like how Hex Blast works. It's very satisfying. Even though that's not how the skill actually works. Oh my god, I left her at the front. I hate when she doesn't follow you. Luckily they got this checkpoint here. Where are you? I hate that this happens. Luckily, the checkpoints make it easy. You're the opposite. So that was... So, for my build on my Elementalist that I did, I could handle, like, AoE, but my single target was awful. So I was trying to get a Merc that could do bossing for me, and it was just too expensive. And it's like, I didn't like the RNG of farming the mercenaries. I just had really bad luck with them, and also they were like one-shotting me half of the time, which is like something everyone was dealing with, right? But yeah. The Mercs are definitely cool. Alright, let's see how fast we can burn Jamun Ra. Oops. And if I was at his level, if I was level 52 right now, I'd have the better staff, so he'd be dying faster. So this damage could even be better. But I'm under leveled for the content and not using as good of a staff as I could be. I heard Righteous Fire's not going to be in the, like, GGG said something about how Righteous Fire's coming, but it's going to be different. And I'm curious what they meant by that.
We shall finish this. But not today.
Make haste. He must not escape. Quickly. He
the
conjures
beast.
the very
I must
sense
stop
against
him.
us.
I can't yet.
This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and entreat Zarka's wisdom.
My initial hunch was that it was going to be a spirit gem, and that's what they meant. So it wasn't going to be, like, as easily accessed as just, like, a skill would be, right? Like, a spirit gem, like, it's not a full shift in gameplay, but it going from a gem to a spirit gem is, like, functionally different. So my hope is that's what they meant, that it's not going to work the same as in it's not a skill gem, right? But, so, like, you have to, like, optimize it around your spirit instead. That was my hope. I have no idea what they mean, though. But when I think about Righteous Fire, if I were to copy-paste it over from PoE 1 to PoE 2, my first thought would be, okay, 1, make it a spirit gem. But I don't know. I think, I could get hate for this because it's weird. It's also funny for me saying this as the Thorns guy, where Thorns is also like a weird style like that.
This barren place holds an essence
Righteous Fire,
It is beneath the sands.
how it functions in PoE 1 as might get me hate. It might not have a place in PoE 2. It was never meant as his main skill? That's funny. Yeah, I assume that, like, GGG did not intend for Righteous Fire to work that way. Someone made it super popular to the point that if they nerfed it, they would get so much hate that they can't nerf it, right? That's the vibe I get from Righteous Fire and the devs. And when I think about Righteous Fire in this game, it would be too good. Like, you have something like Thorns and Wind Dancer, right? That are, like, kind of like Righteous Fire, right? But they come with that downside of being hit. Righteous Fire doesn't have that. You just gotta, like, scale life regen and fire res. And, like, that's easy to do in this game. But when I think about functionally how Righteous Fire plays, it is the it's more AF, like, people say Thorns builds are boring because they're AFK. No, that's Righteous Fire. Righteous Fire is the AFK of AFK builds. And when I think about, like, how Righteous Fire functions with, like, again, with Thorns, if I want a full AFK with Thorns, I have to make a build that can survive all of the hits incoming to me. And then I can AFK that content. Where Righteous Fire, you don't have to take damage to enable its damage. If its damage is high enough, if you were to go into Simulacrum 4, it could just idle there. With no risk, instantly vaporize every mob. Like, that's what Righteous Fire would look like in this game. It would not look similar to Thorns and Wind Dancer, so when they say that it might look different, they really might mean it might look different. I do not see Righteous Fire functioning on the level it does in PoE 2 as it does in PoE 1. You can't do that, though, with just one skill, though. That requires you investing in the multiple skills in a full setup. And Whirling Slash can be balanced in a lot of... Like, Whirling Slash, you're holding a skill. Righteous Fire, you're not holding a skill. That's the difference. The difference is, like, Whirling Slash, I am holding left click. I have to press an input for it. I am using Whirling Slash. For Thorns, I'm not using Thorns, but something is being used against me. If I'm standing there with Righteous Fire, what am I using? I am not doing anything. And if I scale its damage to the umpteenth, you're just standing there. It's like, it's a very different, right? It's like, so like when you're talking about Simulacrum 4, that's where I see the disconnect between all of these builds we're referring to them for. Righteous Fire is truly a purely AFK skill if it was to be copy-pasted into this game. Using a flask? Yeah, it's using a flask, exactly. You're like, well, so a lot of Righteous Fire builds, you don't even have to use a flask anymore. Like, the way Pox and them build Righteous Fire, you have so much life regen that you don't have to use a flask. So, like, if you, like, there was a world where, like, it scaled, like, you know how Demon Flame scales from the Infernalist? The Demon Flame will scale to the point where it will start doing more damage to you than you can ever possibly regen. So if they scaled Righteous Fire to where it like, scaled up to where you're overheating, and then you have to cool down, then sure. That would require the player to, like, actively be spamming a life flask at some point. But how it's currently set up, like, if you were to copy it, paste it over, it would be, like, no effort. Like, on a Smith of Katava, with the regen they have, you would never need a life flask. You would never need a life flask. Add on, like, if you were to able to make it, like, Righteous Fire Leech, then, yeah, that's just, don't get me wrong. I would play the fuck out of that, but, like, when I compare it to, like, a lot of people, like, when I did my Beerus build, people compared my Beerus build to Righteous Fire, and I've never felt that it was even close to Righteous Fire. And then people compared my Wind Dancer Poison build to Righteous Fire. And I still don't consider that one comparable to Righteous Fire. Righteous Fire is peak AFK build. Which is cool. But I understand why, if GGG violently changes the skill, I understand why. It's very different for how this game is played. I don't think they want someone to just, like, have a build that is designed to AFK Simulacrum for. Yeah, a lot of people use Incinerate. I think there are gloves that drop Burning Ground, and there's, like, support gems that also drop Burning Ground. Or that's how you're doing it through Incinerate. But yeah, the main way people do it is through Incinerate. I don't know if Wall of Flame does it either. Flame Wall. I haven't actually done the Whirling Slash build, but it's pretty cool. But the same people that say that stuff is like Righteous Fire, I don't see those things. They're the same people that say Whirling Slash is like Cyclone. And I was like, no. Whirling Slash is nothing like Cyclone. Whirling Slash is like Cyclone if PoE 1 is like Diablo 3. Oh, nice. One of these dudes. Oh, dead. Whew. I got stunned and then blasted. I let those lightning bats get too close to me. They shocked me and then I got killed. I was trying to stand in the Mana Tempest. The Mana Tempest might be bait for non-bossing. It's too hard to stand in that thing. I wonder if there's a way to make its area bigger. Because this little area to move in is pretty small. Oh, Cyclone's definitely getting added. We've seen it in gameplay. I assume swords. The only other thing it could be added with would be axes. I am guessing swords, though. I'm guessing it comes with Duelist. Swords and Duelist, we get Cyclone. I don't know if Duelist is necessarily paired with swords. I imagine it is, though. In, like, one of the original trailers, I'm pretty sure Bowden, like, the original PoE 2 teaser, there is a clip of a Duelist spinning. Like, they're in some of their trailers, you have seen Cyclone spinning, but in no recent footage or actual gameplay featurettes have we seen it. But, guys, I would be willing to bet an infinite amount of money that Cyclone is coming. There is no ARPG on the planet that is not going to introduce a spin-to-win skill like Cyclone. Like, there's no way. That is staple ARPG. But yeah, I would have to go find the trailer. I'm 99.9% sure I remember seeing Cyclone in one of those trailers.
I shall grant you mercy. I will honor rest.
I think flails are going to be awesome. I'm super hyped for flails. Like, when I think about, like, there's two ascendancies that I think of when I think of thorns. A lot of people think Druid initially. I didn't think about Druid until people really started hammering home the brambles to me. But for me, when I think about thorns, I think about Marauder, and I think about Templar. For some reason, when I think about Templar, like, Templar just seems like the class where, like, you get hit, they're going to, like, holy smite you back. Flails themselves, they seem thorny to me. So I'm very hyped. for Templar. Give me a second. Ah, cool. Okay, guys, that was a nice little 4-hour, almost 5-hour stream for me. It's kind of a spontaneous stream I did after I woke up and got my errands done this morning. I did a lot of leveling, though. I had made up 3.5 acts. I'm going to be playing this character again tomorrow, probably streaming some of the end game. Expect a leveling and end game guide coming soon. I'm having fun with it. At least a leveling guide. If the end game doesn't pan out, we'll at least get a leveling guide because it's been fun to level. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. It was a fun little stream, but yeah, I gotta go get food. I'm starving. But yeah, I'm gonna host Farham. He's a cool dude. He does a lot of juiced farming content. Looks like he's farming some Adorns right now. He just went live 7 minutes ago, but I'm gonna host him. But thanks everybody for hanging out. I'll be alive sometime tomorrow, for sure. I'm enjoying this build. I want to keep showing it off on stream. So, yeah, you guys have a good one. Take care, everybody.